It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we had just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we had just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we had just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. SmackDown. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Can you give me a beat? Subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's going to sit in one of those little kids' seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What you think he was going to do, dipshit? Ride me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob, indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, Annie Goat, Billy Goat, Rick. Hey, Sweet Chin Music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke. You're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Look at all this shit that he directly caused. Punk doesn't have to put up with these children anymore. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Punk can still be on our show. The incident at Wembley. Oh no. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Hey, 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 scared for his life. No BW.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs! MTV's got a brand new show, The Big Show, with big videos, live music, weird acts, comedy, and a different call-in contest every night. They're giving away cash. They're giving away TVs. They're even giving away a bus trip to Cleveland. They're giving away cameras, comic books, a jet ski, and a one-night stand with the Who. They're even giving away me, or at least a night with me, at a private screening of my new movie. And on the first night of the show, they're giving away this new Harley Davidson. It's the Big Show. Live contest. The largest arms in the world. Live winners every night.
Premieres this Monday at 8 p.m. 7 Central. Only on MTV.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And I hope you guys are live tonight. It is Saturday Night Live. That's right. Here at PWT, a sicko Saturday, and welcome you all here to the show. Tonight I watch UFC Fight Night, Ian Machado Gary versus Prates. That's what I'm doing, and I'm sure Collision people will update us. I'm sure we won't miss too much. We have a whole whack boatload of hot news to get into here tonight. We have just some good stuff. We have Dave glazing the Rock. We have some AEW and ROH shows getting canceled and moved around. Updates on that as we covered it before. We have sickos acting just unbearable and unhinged and hilarious. We have dirt sheets being cut off even further. And I'm going to give you guys, we'll allege some stuff, right? We'll allegedly some stuff. We'll play some X-Files tonight, and we'll just discuss things, some creative things, okay? And hopefully shed some light on some of what WWE has going on. What else, man? We got lots. We got lots to cover, and we're going to get into it all. Guys, as you file in, make sure you hit the like. We try to get to 100 likes here on the live shows. over on the youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips channel. That's my main channel. We're almost at 6,500 subscribers. So thank you all so much for that. Let's try and run it up. Over on X. What else? Yeah, I think I'm almost at like 4,000 followers or something. So you guys are goated for that. youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes if you want like the long form content channel, and the replay channel. The replay of this show will be up on that channel when it's done. And of course, we're live on X as usual. So if you're over on X, consider coming over to YouTube. And yeah, fucking welcome to the show. Cornette dropped like 45 F-bombs. We're not even 10 minutes in, so that's how it's going to be tonight, folks. Consider becoming a member. Consider super chatting in. I also have a Patreon with a bunch of exclusive stuff. Patreon, whatever. And yeah, there's like reactions, like other things from years ago too that you haven't seen, like every wrestler getting punked, and then like 10 minutes of Tony Khan, the long version. I'm thinking of making a 10 minutes of the Young Bucks. I think that's the next thing I'm going to do. I don't know. But yeah, thank you all for being here. That's how you can support. You can hit like, you can hit dislike, whatever you want to do. Let me check in with chat here really quick. Pete in Texas, a new member. Man, it's been a while, dude. It's been a while since Pete in Texas has been around here. So it's good to see. You know what
Sometimes
they say.
in life, you got to be a hoe.
So I get it, buddy. Welcome back. JWT6577 has been a member for 1 month, which is awesome. Thank you so much for your membership. Let's see. AEW is a dog and pony show. That it is. WWE will give New Japan Wrestling all it needs, hopefully. Should I hit the dislike? Yeah, go ahead. Go right ahead, buddy. I'd be unhinged as a sicko if Dynamite barely got over 500K this week, not including Max. And that's what happened. I mean, Max doesn't really add anything, though. Yeah, we have some draft news as well, where I guess like the Jaguars fucked up in the draft or whatever. I don't know. I didn't pay. It's NHL playoffs, so I'm not paying as really close attention to American football right now, as it were. But yeah, you guys will react, and I'm sure pop to it, and or for it rather, and it ties into basically just Tony Khan and them being spread way too thin, as we talk about so often on this show. Woo, live, and I'm on time. What a rough week. First the Pope and later Mongo. Yeah, we'll talk about Mongo. Jags did good in draft. Okay. I don't know. There's just people tweeting stuff out about it, and you guys can give me the context. We're gonna learn together. Because yeah, I don't know. I've just been paying attention to hockey. We got some Canadian teams in there, and my Oilers are doing work, so fighting from behind early on, which isn't good, but okay, lots of good drafts. Good. Okay, well, let's get into stuff, shall we? There's almost 200 people. Should I just wait for 200 people to get in here and just bibble babble for a couple minutes with chat? There we go. 200 are in here. So and it's growing and growing. Didn't take too much time. Round of applause for the PWT Universe. Okay, let's go. What up from California? Knows how to party. California knows how to party. So, speaking of a party, and I'm not doing this to try and be cute. This is just what we do for miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And bad news indeed. Steve McMichael, Mongo, no longer with us. R.I.P. Sting tweeted out, grateful for my last few conversations with Mongo about his life, or this life and the life to come. WWE tweeted out that they are saddened to learn that Steve Mongo McMichael has passed away. WWE extends its condolences to McMichael's family, friends, and fans. I put this in miscellaneous news because, I mean, he wasn't necessarily a WWE superstar, right? So, yeah, but more known for the WCW side of things. So I guess WWE owns that, but I didn't really know where to put it. But yeah, R.I.P. Mongo. And everybody just has great things to say about him. And so prayers to him and his family. You know, what's weird is that I thought he passed away a while ago. So I'm not saying it's like Mandela effect, the helicopters, the drones, they're watching New Jersey. No, I'm not saying that, but it's just weird when, you know, I thought he had passed for some reason. I'm not sure why. So I never heard of this dude as I never watched WCW. Yeah, and he was like a footballer as well. Played pro football, so and he was really great at that. So first night of AJ Francis teaching class at Reality of Wrestling. So there you go, Top Dollar teaching classes at ROW there. And I know some people, I think they crowned their, I think they have a thing called like Reality of Wrestling Gold or some Pure or something. I don't know. I'm just conflating. I've watched so much goddamn wrestling and martial arts over the last couple weeks. It's all bleeding together now. But whatever that new show is, they crowned a new champ, or they're crowning one right away. Or maybe it's in bookmarks. I can't remember. But speaking of bookmarks, we have the Good Brothers. So we covered this here on the show. They are there in Maple Leaf Pro, Northern Rising, on May 10th. They will be there on the verge of opening up, and one of the tag teams has entered the picture to announce their impending dominance. The Good Brothers have won tag team gold in New Japan, WWE, and TNA. So, yeah, I called this one. I mean, they just have good ties with Scott D'Amore, and they're going to do good work there. And people are like, oh, I'm surprised they're not in AEW yet. Well, they don't need to be, and they're definitely launching. Like MLW, I think might end up being like a weekly show or a weekly thing, or maybe not weekly, maybe bi-weekly, maybe monthly. Who knows? Scott D'Amore's definitely can be innovative when he needs to be, to say the least. And so I don't know what the plan is, but as they stated here, the tag team division in Maple Leaf Pro is on the verge of opening up. So let's get some legends in. Let's establish some guys. Someone fights for the belts. You know, he's doing it the right way here. It's not just like, here's trios titles and a tournament. Here's the women's ROH Pure title and a tournament. Here's, you know, they're going to establish like this is a legendary team, whatever, you know, for the history books if they're your first champs and then they make another team or they lose in the finals or they earn a number one contendership before the division officially opens up or whatever. But yeah, shout out Maple Leaf Pro. I'm all about it. And again, they work closely with AEW. Like no one knows this shit. No one knows this shit. I'm talking about it forever. It's going to be a huge story. You guys are going to see where fucking 6 months, everyone's going to be like, well, Maple Leaf Pro has actually had a deal with AEW. There's all... No one's talking about it, but yeah, they have a fucking deal where you will see the Good Brothers float over possibly for sure, like for a big ROH show where they need a team if they're not busy. I don't think Tony Khan is like overly keen on. No, I don't even want to say that. Because I don't know, right? I don't know Tony Khan or how he feels, right? I'd have to ask him, but just something about the way they were booked last time they were there tells me, these are the pieces I pick up on, they were booked similarly to other people that Tony Khan just sort of like backburnered and didn't really, if you kind of notice now, provided they were in like a 12-man group, right? But they were just really, I think he looked at them as more of TNA guys. And at the time, they were more of TNA guys and they were Scott D'Amore guys. And that's why they're in Maple Leaf Pro before they show up in AEW. Not to say they won't ever show up there again or in Ring of Honor or whatever. But I'm just pointing out, hey, they're more D'Amore guys. They'll go to Japan. They'll do their thing. You know, Anderson was taking shots at The Rock. I always thought Anderson and Gallows were like Triple H guys too. So maybe there's something to that. Brian last pointed out that Triple H didn't even thank The Rock in his acceptance speech. He thanked everybody who's like ever wrestled ever in WWE during his speech. But anyways, I'm spending a lot of time on this. I like the Good Brothers. Shelton Benjamin was asked by Maven. So shout out Maven Huffman. Go subscribe to him. Shout out the Hurt Syndicate and Shelton Benjamin. And he got asked about taking the greatest Sweet Chin music ever. And he has such a cold answer where he's like, he goes, Michael Hayes is like, can you get to him across the ring? And Benjamin's response, like, I can get to where you need me to get to, which is just, he's such a freak athlete. And this, again, I just remember watching this when it happened and just one of those moments you're screaming at your TV, even as a kid. Let's take a watch here.
This was in Boston. At the time, it was called the Fleet Center. Fleet Center. I'm young. I'm only about 5 years in at this point, and I'm having a match with arguably the greatest performer of all time. I'm listening to Sean. Sean, like, we put this match together, but this is me under Sean's learning tree.
Whose idea was this? Was it yours? Was it Sean's? And how did you know that you could pull this off?
The idea was Michael Hayes. Michael Hayes basically was like, Shelton, you think you could springboard across the ring to Sean? And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, how far can you get? I'm like, well, how far do you need me? A lot of things that I could do naturally, I didn't see as special because I just assumed this is just what we do.
Nowhere to go, and you're up there. Look at this jump. And oh my God.
You can't even see you take the bump even in slow motion.
Everything happened in a split second, but for me, it was like I had, in my head, my perception was I had 5 minutes to figure out how to get my feet under me. And the whole time, I'm looking at Sean's foot. One of the things I do to protect myself is I do this. So if you look, it's my hands.
Yeah.
And I do this. The secret for me was...
his hands kind of like wrap around Michael's legs so he has a feel for it. Like right as it sort of connects. It's crazy how he gets his feet under him so well. And shout out WWE. We love you guys too. Don't snipe me. No Tiffy versus Charlotte.
When my hands felt Sean's foot, that's when I started bumping.
That's when you took
that. That's when I snapped my head.
Gotcha.
Because my hands come here in front of me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he's breaking it down. Break it down. Amazing stuff. Okay, so TJP. So what the fuck was his name in TNA for some reason? TJP, right? It wasn't that it? TJ Perkins, though, nonetheless. He had a bunch to say on Reddit about Jeff Cobb and about what is their team called? The United Empire, and a bunch of backstage information about them. And then he became like the de facto leader because people are leaving. And so he's shooting for real. And then I guess they put tag straps on this team anyways when everyone was like, oh, they're just going to bury this team now. And, Manic, thank you. So you guys, your chat is goated. Thank you, because I was about to say, the other name, but I was like, I don't want to say it on YouTube. So Mega TJP says, here's where the problem is. The company made me the leader because the other member turned it down. I didn't ask for it. I didn't, because all of them were asked before me and didn't feel up to doing it, including Cobb. After it fell to me, I asked them all again myself if they'd rather do it out of respect. They all declined. Cobb specifically saying he didn't want to be in the group anyway. Head of booking even sat the UE members down and told us exactly that they're putting me in that position. It was very clear. Man, how fucked is New Japan right now? And after Tony gutted like so many people that were there, like Okada's not there anymore. Now, provided like that's Okada's decision. Again, I'm not knocking anybody for going, right? I'm just saying that's a dude who's, I'm sure, somewhat of a leader there, And then the old, like, Tanahashi takes over, and then you have people jumping off ship, and I don't know. This is just been such a mess the last few years. It was very clear, not self-appointed. Cobb is a longtime friend, so I offered to do what I can to make it something he enjoys because he was at the time disgruntled about a lot of things and not being clear why. He began creating a storyline that didn't exist about a question of leadership. That's why most of us never acknowledged it, because there was no booking plans to pay it off, so we would look foolish. He would also drift behind on entrances and try to appear as if in the leader spot. But when confronting him, he would put on a good face and say he's just doing whatever and just kidding around. Eventually, myself and Ospreay had to suggest a short story. Damn, so maybe Cobb going into business for himself a little bit, if we're to just believe all of this at face value. You know, we can't necessarily do that. But, yeah, it's weird that he would deny, I don't want to be the leader, but then they're getting the vibes like, why are you acting like the leader, bro? You trying to act like the leader? I thought you said you didn't want. That's funny. So, let me see. Me and Ospreay, bruv, had a short story that was never meant to happen, where we have a gauntlet with J5G, with me beating Taichi, so to solidify that and leading the group, and we all come together in that moment. All because the sabotaging was becoming a commentary point. They don't get notes from the office the same way WWE AEW does, and the fans were starting. Sorry, he has a bunch of typos, and I don't blame him. This is like a huge post to get confused. We did it, and it worked, but he kept on playing into his own made-up angle, so we just ignored him at that point. But the perception was causing the group to be devalued in booking, and merch was taken from merch was tanking from a previously high position even after Will had left. Most of the group is on per-date agreements, so if booking diminishes, it's crazy he's saying all this. We make significantly less money. True. Cobb is the only one on guaranteed money. Damn. Whether he works or not, he also began having little locker room spats or criticism. So, guys, we're talking about this. I know some people are like, Phil, why are we talking about fucking Nuge, right? Well, Cobb is coming into WWE, so if you're an E-drone or you're an AEW mark who wants to hate on the Fed, then here's some ammo, you know? He also began having a little locker room spats or criticism with other group members, even when I wasn't there. Left the group chat we have to collaborate together on gear and merch and just to hang out when traveling, and also created an issue with management where they questioned the group members if they got along with me. They all confirmed they did, and it was easy to see where it came from because Cobb was the only one they didn't ask. Just a lot of passive-aggressive but detrimental behavior from whatever he was going through and not being upfront about. I even offered to him to lean into his rogue story if he felt like it would be interesting, even though it makes me look stupid. But that's my job in the locker room in general, to make things work. However, the office did not want us to go that route. They just wanted us to be a group and me be in this position. No push, no bells and whistles or big titles to signify it. Just do it naturally as is. So all we did was follow directions except for one guy. For me, that made life hard. I have a wife and 2 kids. Money got cut in half and was no longer a livable wage. And the trajectory of how I was being used at first versus Finley, 2X versus Taichi, 2X versus Kojima, was now being changed. And I was told they couldn't continue that because of where we are at now. So because of that, I chose to decline my contract simply to allow myself the freedom to make enough money to feed my wife and kids. You don't understand the position of being on the phone with a distraught significant other at 4 a.m. in the dark in a Japanese hotel room because they're raising 2 kids on their own while you're shipped overseas to work for a month to make ends meet, and then find out you're about to have tours taken off the schedule because of peers sabotaging and how you won't be able to make ends meet after all. The worst feeling in the world is pouring your last cup of milk into 2 baby bottles and having to fill the empty spaces with water just to make sure they have something before borrowing money the next day. Damn, dude, I'm sorry he's going through this shit. You know, that's really sad to hear, man. We all thought Yui really is an Okan symbol, and I thought he should do it for no other reason that he simply speaks the language and none of us do, and he's a wonderful networker, but he didn't feel up to it, and I tried to talk him into it when Okan actually is the one who came up with Captain for me out of respect for Will. Here, I'm just trying to find the Cobb stuff. Whatever Cobb was feeling about office suggested boss and other terms, Okan first chose a word that didn't translate well, like organizer or something. Then he mentioned Captain, so we went with that. Okay. Focus on making a story. Please use these last 2 responses as reference points for others in the space that don't know the stuff and are wildly incorrect in their think pieces. It would be appreciated if people understood these things. Context is important. So yeah, man, these wrestlers are up in Reddit and shit. Yeah, he just pretty much buried Cobb there, and he did say he's my friend, but at the same time, this guy fucked around. Now, a 42-year-old coming into WWE, allegedly. Do they want a guy like that rocking the boat? Or do they care what TJP's saying? I would love to hear another side of this. TJP was in WWE for a while, remember? And so they put a lot of stock on him. So, you know, for what the cruiserweight division was at the time and stuff. He was one of like the main dudes. So I'm curious if maybe people over there are like, no, fuck TJP or something. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but that would be interesting to hear like Jeff Cobb's side of that. And yeah, him saying like, oh, he slagged you all tell me. I always thought when I looked at United Empire after Will Ospreay, I guess, left. Yeah, I always viewed it as Cobb was their leader. Like when I'd see them all standing in the ring together, it was like Cobb and TJP were like neck and neck as the leaders. So I don't know what the problem is. I think maybe Cobb was just tired of being in that group. And I think he knew like, okay, AEW and WWE both want me. So why am I going to play fiddle or leader or, you know, why would I put anybody over? I should be pushed on my own type shit. Maybe he believes he deserved more opportunities and stuff in New Japan and didn't get them. And now he's like, well, fuck it. Who knows? But hopefully, yeah, people who rock the boat like Britt Baker, I don't know if we need motherfuckers like that in WWE. It makes news interesting and stuff, but at the same time, the way they're headed seems to be focused. I don't know, man. If this whole Rock Triple H drama, if there's any validity to it, then like, fuck, I don't know. According to The Rock, he's talking to Triple H all the time, and everyone's like, well, no, they're compartmentalized and shit. So let's see. I don't know. We'll see how that all plays out. But thus far, they've been doing well, you know? It's not like this Mania was a travesty either, man. But we'll talk about it when we review SmackDown. But yeah, that TLC match definitely should have been on Mania. And same with Zelina snagging the belt like that in a quick match like that. Those shits both should have been on Mania, I think. One of them on each night. That's just my opinion. Anyways, though. Kenzie Paige is here screaming about respect, and then Natalya Markova's like, that's not how you earn respect. And then Natalya Neidhart is talking about how... Kenzie Paige is talking about how Natalya and her got into it at GCW Bloodsport. Natty gets attacked in her own gym, I believe, by Kenzie. Or she just cuts a freak-out promo with her Starbucks in her car. I can't remember. We might have multiple videos, but I think Kenzie Paige rolled up at Natty's dojo there and fucking whooped her.
You really thinks I wasted my time. She thinks I wasted my time going to Las Vegas. I put my career on the line to go out to one of the biggest events of all of WrestleMania weekend to attack the biggest star. I didn't waste my time, and I'm not wasting my time. I demand respect. I deserve respect. And you won't even acknowledge me, Natty. You won't even acknowledge me. So if you won't give me respect, then I'm going to get it. And I'm going to get it right now.
Oh, yeah, she's outside the building.
Natalya really thinks...
Damn, that's sick, wearing an NWA shirt. Just runs up in her gym. Yeah, so here's like security camera footage that got released too. Natty released. It's obviously a work, but like, look at this shit. They're just like working this angle, bringing eyeballs to the fucking Crockett Cup. And to the fact that Natty, we'll get into it in a second here, but it's Billy Corgan announced Natty versus Kenzie for the NWA title. I don't know, man. Like, Natty will lay down for Kenzie Paige, but you don't think Corgan's like, well, what if we give Natty the NWA title? So, CEO Billy, he owns at Billy. Patrick Corgan, William Patrick Corgan, right? Billy Corgan is such a gangster. He owns at Billy. has made the call at Crockett Cup 2025 in Philly. It will be NWA Women's World Champion Kenzie Paige versus WWE Superstar Natalya for the Burke. It's always our distinct honor, etc. So, yeah, dude, it's for the title. If Natty gets the title, imagine she goes on like WWE TV with that shit. That could be crazy, man. And I'm here for it, Eric. I'm here for a healthy Crockett Cup. Wow. I mean, geez, chat me up. What say you about 2025 and the Crockett Cup coming back? Natty Neidhart. I'm here for it, Eric. So, yeah, I'm excited for that. Tony Atlas at Black Label Pro just doing a freaky foot sniffing angle or foot eating angle.
Oh, Tony Atlas catches this one, though. Oh no. She has a run.
What am I seeing?
Oh!
Man knows what he likes.
Tony Atlas feasting on Charles McKenzie's feet. Oh, headbutt to Frank the Clown.
Oh,
Tony Atlas.
Frank the Crown, or what was that guy's name? Looked like Tekashi 6ix9ine. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Pardon me. So let's check in with chat. Adam D's been a member for 3 months. Thank you all so much for your membership. Poor Frank the Clown. Phil's Mercedes Monet gets me every time. Quite the good impressionist. I've always been a goddamn good impressionist. No, not everything is a shoot, but everything is a work. Even when it's a shoot, it's also a work. Don't work the shoot work, brother. I was the only one that didn't do that. Everything can't be a WrestleMania card. Yeah, I know. I'm the biggest advocate for like everything can't be on Mania, but if I'm just saying, if you added those 2 matches, I think it would have enhanced Mania, both of them. No, a quick Zelina, like that same sort of thing where Secret Hervis get ejected and then the roll up, and then you're like, whoa, that's like a freak title win. It's like when Zack Ryder won the ladder match out of nowhere or whatever, right? And then that TLC just cooked. But no, I'm glad that the after shows, like that SmackDown was awesome. You know, I'm glad that the after Mania is important for SmackDown as much as it is. And everybody was shitting on the Vegas crowd, but it's like, man, they've been in Vegas for like 14 shows in a row. You know, that's why everybody's tired and shit. They go to Texas, everybody's turned up. But yeah, here we go. So let's go over to TNA news. We got some hilarity here in TNA news. So pretty much what happened was the Nemeths got invited to the Hardy compound, and we just got a couple hilarious moments. We got Jeff Hardy, well, actually Willow the Wisp, or whatever he calls this character, dancing to like the MIDI version of Not Like Us. And this is in the middle of this silly... These Broken Universe matches were fun for a little bit, and now they're just ridiculous. Like, I always make sure to go watch them, but they're just so ridiculous at this point. And I'm glad the Hardys are shaking this off before they inevitably get their Hall of Fame induction and, you know, do one last run or whatever they're trying to do before they retire. I don't know why anyone would go to their fucking compound anymore. So here's another little spot. Ryan Nemeth gets a makeover from Gothic Baby and gets roasted. Like an actor guy, he'd be better at acting, huh? Isn't that his whole thing? He's like an actor guy. That's Simple Plan, a Canadian band. The Anthem execs pulled some strings. Oh my god.
Now it's just two.
They weren't even that emo, but they're like Canadian and the closest thing to Good Charlotte that they that Canada had around that time. He's come up with this shit, but it's kind of funny. Trey Miguel is bringing Sean Waltman back to TNA to help them deal with the system. Break it down, gang, gang, gang. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the TNA news. Let's run a motherfucking banjo. Heyo. Okay, so we will get into some sicko action here next, I think, right? And then we'll circle into some news. I'll review SmackDown and these sorts of things. But first, let me check in with chat as we do. Arthur Jennings for 10 says, love the show, Phil. Can you please explain Dave LaGreca? What the fuck? JD from NY is what he is, but this guy is what he is, but this guy over here. First he was over there with Cody Rhodes. Now he's over here now. Yeah, David LaGreca, I can't really explain him. Like, he's doing the work shoot. He's just being funny for his show. He's just being popping and going nuts for shit because it gets clicks and stuff with this, which is totally fine. But yeah, he was all about the, well, I guess maybe it's the same energy. He was a Cody crybaby, right? He had the pink robes and all of that going on. And then this year he's just freaking out again because he's outraged that Cody lost the belt or whatever. I don't know. It's just he's putting on a show, and it's an entertaining one, and Busted Open is people's like favorite show. So shout them out. But yeah, he's just doing the damn thing, man. He's working the gimmick, and he knows those clips will get clicks, and it's, you want a big reaction to the big headline, which was Cena versus Rock. And I'm not saying he doesn't have like real emotion towards this shit, right? But yeah, it was just, I can't remember. We listened to it on the show, and I kind of broke down like where he was being hypocritical. Like, he was saying one thing in one breath and then the next saying the complete opposite thing, you know? Or I was like, that's not even, I'd have to listen to it again. But yeah, or you go back like a show or two, and I reacted to it, right? But yeah, he's just having another meltdown because that's what the fuck he does. So 322 of you guys watching, and we're on X as well. So if you're on the Clips channel, run those likes up to 100, or Chris Jericho is going to do a run-in, unless you want Chris Jericho. And if you're over on X, come hit subscribe on YouTube, and then you can go back over to X or whatever you want to do. The link's right over there. Was the roast thing really that bad? I listened to the whole thing, and it was pretty funny. Maybe we'll talk about it in a bit, but it was pretty funny, actually. But the only thing I would say is, like, it's really deep cuts. So if you're like, it's for wrestling fans for sure. And wrestlers react funny to getting roasted. The crowd was super into it, and the panel was trying not to laugh, but everybody was good sports about it. But it's just a matter of, you know, the crowd starts trying to do like OTC chants and stuff like that, and you have comedians like doing their thing, which is fine. So it's like a mix of wrestling. Because here's the thing, dude. With stand-up comedy, it's like the crowd is not part of the show unless they're like, I'm doing crowd work, or unless the comedian introduces it into the conversation, you know? Whereas pro wrestling, like, the crowd are a part of the show, you know? Like, they're a whole part of it. So it's sort of two different things. So you see it blended, and it just, or you hear it blended together, and it was a little weird at times where they would like start trying to get chants going, or like, you know, Heyman just came out and cut a heel fucking promo, just roasting everybody. You know, this is the shit he would say in his character, just if he was allowed to swear and stuff. So, and that's cool. But the comedians were funny, but have ranked in terms of like all-time roasts. Like, let's just put the WrestleMania roast in there with all the roasts ever, which I've seen more than once. Literally all of them back back in the old days. Okay. I'm talking like the old fucking Richard Pryor roasts and shit, you know? I'm ahead like that. It's like not even up there, you know? It's maybe, I mean, those old ones too. I get why if you compare it to like when Lisa Lampanelli was in her prime roasting Pamela Anderson or whatever, like, okay, the old like Hugh Hefner roast, like the old, I think he got roasted a couple times, but the old like Friars Club roasts, I get like if some people don't rank those ones up there, but just because of like the level of icons that were a part of those and I don't know if you're like a fan of comedy, it's just, to me, I rank those high. But yeah, the WrestleMania roast like wasn't one of the best roasts of all time. I'll say that much. But it was really good. And Nia Jax crushed. She was super funny. Sami Zayn was so funny. His set was so good. Who else? I can't really remember. Jeff Dye was like kind of funny, and then Nia like went off script and started. She was like calling out Jeff Dye. She's like, "Remember when you used to bang Becky Lynch and you were like roasting all of us?" Yeah, and it was like it got really awkward at one point. And that wasn't like part of her set. Like she just did that as they were waiting for Triple H to show up, and then Triple H shows up at the very end, and then does his own quick little set. But it's crazy he did like everything the whole weekend, you know. And Triple H, I don't know, man. He kind of, I've defended him in the past, like when he's creating all the helping people with their entrances and everything, because that's something he's literally known for, was his cool ass fucking entrance and entrances at Mania. Some of them hit or miss, but if you don't shoot, you don't score, right? So I've defended him for that, but like, yeah, dude, the Hall of Fame, all this shit, it was very self-congratulatory and shit. Although I will defend him, like he should be in the Hall of Fame, right? Before any of this, let's say he never was owner, he should have been in the Hall of Fame. And but yeah, just all of this shit. He shows up at the roast too. It's like, come on, man. Just at the tail end to be like, yeah, fuck you all, we're out of here. And it's like, damn, dude, you're like Tony Khan, bro. Do you guys ever sleep? But yeah, I don't know. That's my analysis of the roast. Maybe we have more of it in here. I don't know. I heard Sean Ross Sapp like put a fucking copy of it in his Discord or something behind a paywall. I definitely downloaded it. Or maybe I shouldn't say that. I did in my brain. I downloaded it with my memory, right? But I definitely got it before it was pulled from everywhere in my memory. The Flavor Flav roast, so good. There's such good ones, man. We could go. The other day, I just, with my wife, she never saw like the Bieber one. And I was like, oh, you never saw that? Let's throw it on. So we threw on the Bieber one. That's a great one. I heard the comedians were not as funny as the wrestlers. No, I think they were funny, man. David Lucas, he gets a lot of hate online. And again, because of, he's one of these guys who's like, oh, I'm uncancelable. I can't be canceled. And then he like got in trouble for making a joke. And then he's like apologizing to everyone. And it's like, okay, but just take that out of it. So people in 2025, what they like to do, because we all have social media and shit, people are fucking dumb and they can't just like enjoy. And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying that like in general, like people can't like, listen, I'm not saying if someone does heinous crimes, like disassociate that with the person, right? But it's like, just if you listen to his jokes, he was pretty funny roasting, right? Like, and Nia Jax was a great sport about him roasting her, and like his jokes were fucking funny. And then she flipped, like everyone was trying to get offended about Nia Jax. David Lucas made a joke that he was like, he's like, Nia Jax's favorite position is the 3-point stance or whatever. He's like, her safety words are hut, like down, set, hut, or whatever. And people were getting triggered online, like, oh, you taught whatever. But then Nia came back and he was calling her Nia Jax. And then when Nia went up for her set, she flipped it on him. She's like, hey, David, it's Nia, not Nia. And you sure were saying it right when you were trying to fuck me in the 3-point stance or whatever. When you were trying to fuck me from behind in the 3-point stance. And it was like, oh, the crowd popped. Like she flipped it on them. Everyone was like, people are just pussies these days. I'm sorry. If you get triggered because someone makes a joke and it happens to be about race, you're a pussy. or about, oh my God, he made a joke about women, you're a pussy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. It's just that simple. You got to be allowed to say jokes. Okay. Especially when it's friends. Like, Sammy was genius. Sammy's set was, he didn't say anything. He wrote the set. And then, but he wrote the jokes out, and then he had Tony Hinchcliffe like read the shit for him, right? So the heat almost doesn't go on him, but he was brilliant, and yeah, he was really good, man. You got to hear Sammy's set. He's really good at that comedy shit, by all accounts. I've never been to one of the shows, but next time he's doing one in Canada, I'm definitely gonna make it a point to try and see it because yeah, he's crushing it. But who else? Nia I thought was awesome. Heyman, he did okay. He was just like cutting a heel promo though, and like he would probably say that shit on TV if you let him, you know. And he was just like telling Tony Hinchcliffe that he's a dick, like he just rides on Rogan's coattails and shit, which is just hilarious. And then Hinchcliffe was funny, like he's really good at just, it's almost like formulaic, you know, where he can just like hit the beats of making an offensive joke towards just roasting someone, you know. So whatever it is, he's really good at that. And then who else? Jeff Dye was on there, but he's like on that Freddie Prinze Wrestling with Friends or Wrestling with Freddie, and he's good friends with him, and he dated Becky Lynch and shit. So I think that's why. I don't know if he's like really good. I think he's just like a wrestling fan, so that's why he's on that roast. And he was like pretty funny, but he didn't go too savage. Like he just kind of did jokes, like more standard jokes and roasted like wrestling fans and shit. So I don't know, man. The people taking these jokes and then tweeting them out as if they're literal statements and being like, oh, they said this and then made a joke about this. And it's like, yeah, it's called being fucking funny. Go turn on the Chappelle Show. These are the same people who try and applaud South Park. South Park's just brilliant. South Park's the most brilliant show. These are the same people who applaud shows like this. It's like, yeah, how they're just trying to make it like something it isn't, you know, into something political when it's not, because they have no lives and it's just people on Twitter. No one in reality cares. Everybody just fucking had fun and laughed at it. So yeah, I spent a shitload of time on that. And yeah, oh yeah, let's compare it to wrestling roasts now. Probably the best wrestling roast, maybe that one or the Ric Flair one, of all the wrestling roasts that I've heard. Okay, so out of all the roasts in history, stack them up, not even close to like, you know, any of the Comedy Central ones, or, you know, not even close. Stacked up to other wrestling roasts, probably the best one as far as just like the format, not going too long. Because even the Ric Flair one, it had some really good moments, but fuck, did it drag on for a long time. The Cornette roast as well. Like you have people bombing. Like nobody bombed at the WrestleMania roast. At almost every roast, there's a bombing. Nobody bombed at this one. The closest bomb to a bomb that there was maybe, I don't know, Heyman like went heel on the crowd, so it wasn't a bombing, but he just went nuts. He made like a crazy Freddie Prinze Sr. joke that I'm not going to repeat. That was so wild. It was like, oh my God. But again, Freddie Prinze Sr. was a comedian, bro. So I think if anyone would have got it, it would have been him, you know? But anyways, let's move on here. We spent a lot of time on that. So yeah, that's my assessment of the roast. So I guess we won't get into sickos. What we will do is review SmackDown, and then we'll get into some WWE news because we just spent a lot of time talking about WWE stuff there, so we might as well. So SmackDown went down. Okay, so we head over here. You motherfuckers trying to give me cookies, dude? We're not accepting any of that shit. Okay, so we head over to Bleacher Report. Sorry about that. So here is SmackDown. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Okay, so John Cena kicked off the show as he does. He came out. Randy Orton came out. Huge ovation for both. They cooked. It was like a 20, 30-minute fucking back and forth promo battle. Cena, again, eats the RKO. So he's just going full-blown. He's just trying to piss everyone off. Like, because this is what he's doing. He's trying to rage bait everyone into going, every time we see Cena, he just gets RKO'd or whatever. But he did attack Orton and like got really physical. It's awesome seeing Cena just like heel stomp people. Okay, fire alarm went off. I think everything's okay. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, it was a great opening segment. I just thought it was fucking phenomenal. What else did we get? Fraxium made their debut. They dropped the titles to Hank and Tank. Now they're just officially on SmackDown. I love this. I think this is the move. This is where I want to see Fraxium. I want to see more NXT call-ups that just stay called up. Yeah. And this match was awesome against Los Garzas. And Fraxium looked really great. I thought that they drug it out a little too long, though, like a couple too many false finishes. But, hey, it was what it was. We had Tiffy who came out. She had a goose egg. She's talking shit about Charlotte Flair. That's when Nia Jax shows up. Then she goes down set hut and fucking tackled Tiffany. Beat the shit out of her. I'm so glad she's back. Nia had such a great run before she left, and then now she's back. And people are like, no, not them for the title again. Well, why? Get Tiffany another win over her. It also looks like Naomi and Nia may be aligning. Naomi ran out to attack. Oh, yeah, Jade came out and was like, I'm going to fucking fight you for the belt or whatever to Tiffy. And then Naomi ran out and did one of the worst beatdowns I've ever seen, although her character, she's doing such great work. But when she came out, like, if you're going to flail and go crazy like that, lay that shit in. Otherwise, it just looks like shit. If you're going to flail and go crazy like that, lay it the fuck in. Okay? Because when she just started doing normal punches after she was flailing around, they look good. But when she came in being crazy, it's all good. Be crazy. And the way she was shrieking, like, I thought, like, just yelling. Like, have you ever heard two girls fighting in a parking lot? Or witnessed two girls fighting in a parking lot? That's what Naomi sounds like. That's the energy she's bringing. I love it. Okay? But just that when she first jumped on top of Jade there, those phony ass, it was like, what are you doing? It was just silly. I hope Nia and Naomi align. Sorry, soda water. I hope Nia and Naomi align. Again, I've been talking about that female bloodline shit for a long time. So I hope that happens. Blood is thicker than water, but gold is thicker than blood. Okay, this guy with a sick title for this segment. Basically what happened was Jacob comes out with Solo. Solo's talking all this shit. Like, oh, he did this because of me. Solo's wearing like a Raiders jersey. He grabs the mic. He's like, dude, I did this on my own. Yarmeen. Like, pretty much is what he, that's what he hit him with. That was the gist of the promo. No, he cooks on the mic, though. Crowd's getting behind him. And then that's it when it's like LA Knight comes out. And then who else came out? I think Drew McIntyre came out, right? Yes. And then Nick Aldis came out and was like, yo, McIntyre and Knight, winner gets a U.S. title shot. We'll have the match later tonight. And, yeah, I like that. And I would love Drew to be in that U.S. title picture. I would love for this title to feel more serious and not be like Carmelo Hayes and Andrade and shit competing for it. No offense. I like that this is like another United States heavyweight division. It feels like looking at these four fellas. And I'm here for it, Eric. And so Chelsea Green versus Zelina Vega. Vega gets the roll-up win after Niven and Fire are ejected from ringside. Zelina gets... I think this is a huge mistake, personally. I think you cut Chelsea's reign too short. Husey messaged me. He's like, does she have heat or something? I don't think it's that. Excuse me. I think that Zelina and Malachi are on SmackDown together there. I wouldn't be shocked if the Secret Service get moved over to Raw during the draft, and maybe Chelsea goes after the IC belt or something like that. I'm not sure, but even maybe the women's world title, because people care about her, man. They're, you know, she has heat with the fans, and like she's over with the fans and shit. But they continued this thing of like Zelina's 3-0 against Chelsea. And I'm down with that, but Zelina just gets no pop. Her character is just bland. I just go on the ropes and sit there and smile. She has different gear every single week. She has different hair, it seems like, every single week. Her music sucks. She's bland. Her moves are just like, again, this isn't a Barry Zelina fest, right? Again, she played AJ Lee in that movie about Paige that The Rock made. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, WWE should get rid of her. Hell no. I always liked her better when she was a manager and just managing Andrade and shit. And when she's managing LWO, that's the position I like her in, because she has like good facials and stuff like that, and she's good at like cheerleading and stuff, like getting behind her guy or being serious like with Andrade and stuff. However, just Stephanie Vaquer clears her, Sol Ruca clears her, you know, Jordan Grace clears her. Like there's so many girls even in NXT we can just, Julia clears her. Like so many people are better than her in ring and just all around and at giving off like what the kids call aura these days. Okay. And so this feels very forced. Like, are they doing this to keep her and Malachi happy? And now, like, I don't know. I really don't know. And it felt very Tony Khan-ish to be like, Malachi debuts and his wife wins the U.S. title tonight. You know, I don't know. I think it would have hit more if it was at Mania. Then you could have. Then when you had Zelina come out on SmackDown, there'd be maybe a bit of a pop. Like the internet would go a buzz. I can't believe that. There'd be haters, people rallying behind her. Then you see her the next time, big pop. Because when her music hits, it just sounds like the SmackDown theme. You know, it literally just sounds like they're playing the SmackDown theme. No one's going to pop for that. So I don't know, man. She's got to figure it out. She's got to get her look and just stick to her look. Her moves are like knockoff Mercedes Moné, which is like so harsh of me to say. I know, but I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of Zelina stans out there. Every diva, every woman in this women diva era hybrid, where they're not just really good women wrestlers, but they're also like Chelsea Green embraces the diva. They all do. Look at the way they dress and stuff. They're all accepting that diva aspect of it too, and they should. So in this like women's diva era, you know, yeah, I guess I don't know if she cuts the mustard. You know, she's more of a diva. Zelina is, you know what I'm saying? She leans more into that category. Be a manager. I don't know. That's just me. They're saying Kathy Kelly's training to be a manager. Hey, sometimes that's where you fit, you know? Either way, moving along. This, and I'm not doing this to bury Zelina, okay? I'm not doing this. I do like her. But yeah, I just think it's very like knockoff Monet-ish with the in-ring movements and shit. I don't know. The return of Aleister Black. So the Miz comes out. He presents Carmelo Hayes with an Andre the Giant big head chain, gold chain. And it's hilarious. He wears it. They're wearing all white. And right when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, Malachi's going to come back and like beat the shit out of these guys. But only Miz went out to the ring. He starts cutting another one of his great promos. Lights go out. Malachi comes back. He sits up in the chair. It's the old entrance, the old music as well. And there could never be 8 foot way. Boy. That's all. I don't know the words, but I will learn them It could never be evil. Whatever the fuck they're saying. I love that shit. That theme hit, and I was like, yes. I'm not gonna lie, his gear in AEW, like what he'd do with the paint and those like Muay Thai shorts and shit, I like that. Right? I like that a little better, but he's just looking like he did. Back like he never left. And then Malachi Black is like his I don't know, that's like his AEW I was corrupted and possessed persona, and maybe that's some of the story he's telling. I don't know. But I would love to see Alistair Black. I guess it's Alistair now again. I would like to see him and Cross and Scarlett in a fucking faction, and Cross and I know some people might be like, no, push Cross as a singles guy, and I fully agree with that. But they would make an awesome team, like just the look of them, of those three together. And I don't know, man. I think that would be awesome too. So you don't got to do it now, or even them feuding each other might be cool, but they just seem more like allies than anything else, you know? So yeah, I'm here for it, Eric. I'm here for Alistair Black being back. He's gonna he was a big Triple H guy, so we're gonna see him get pushed properly, and hopefully he's in the US title picture as well, you know? LA Knight takes on Drew McIntyre. Yeah, it's a no contest. So when I first saw the four men standing in the ring, I was like, with Jacob and shit, I was like, okay, we're gonna get a fatal four-way Solo versus Jacob versus LA Knight versus Drew, or we're gonna get a triple threat like Jacob versus LA Knight versus Drew, or whatever. And inevitably we're gonna get to Jacob and Solo throwdown for that thing. But as of now, it appears, well, it was a no contest, so it appears that way, right? And what happened? Bianca Belair is injured. She'll be out of action for a while. And then we had this TLC match, and hopefully I didn't miss anything, but we had this TLC match where, man, they just crushed it, and it went on a long time, and they were like, no commercials, ad-free, which I thought was just a chef's kiss touch. And it went on really long, but in a good way, to where they really got the point home. Like, any of these guys could pull this thing off. Like, there was a few times where you thought someone was going to win it, and they didn't. And there was a bunch of spots. Lots of people got their shit in. It was, how do we explain this? It was a TLC match where, yeah, people are obviously setting up spots and shit. It's pro wrestling, but it was a match where it didn't just look obvious in every single thing they were doing, you know? Like, it felt really like a struggle a lot of the time. And I just loved it, man. And Montez Ford had the fucking performance. First off, the machine guns were awesome in this match too. They were really good playing their role. And then Montez Ford, dude, and Dawkins did really good. He's selling his ass off. You know, he did a couple crazy spots. There was one point where Ford and Dawkins were like, get the tables. And I was like, you idiots. That part made me go, yo, pick the ladder up and try and win the belts, you fucking idiots. But I just really wanted them to retain their belts. So that was, I was like, you motherfuckers. But I am glad they got the tables in the long run. And yeah, man, Ford just had a breakout performance. That was like his breakout performance. That was, he's the edge of that group, you know, of all of these tag teams here. You know, he'll go win a world title one day for sure. If it wasn't clear before already. And yeah, just a great TLC match. This would have really elevated one of the nights of Mania. Like, people would have been like, oh, but that TLC though, you know, like they'd be talking about that. It would have really boosted one of them. But again, yeah, I like that this was just on a SmackDown. Like this, now I want to tune into Raw. Like, if, you know, they got to follow this shit up on Raw now, there better be something good on there. So yeah, overall, man, this SmackDown, I don't know. I give it, like, do we give it a 10 out of 10? A fucking 5 stars. Because nothing was really bad. All the matches were great. Even though the Zelina getting no pop, it's like, at least it was a shock finish that I didn't see coming. Like, that's all you can really ask for in the WWE. So I don't think I missed anything there. Yeah, so that was my SmackDown review. Round of applause for SmackDown review. I'm going to check in with chat here. Vulcan 280 for 5 says, Phil, you don't like Zelina because her husband betrayed Tony Khan. Where is it?
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Someone told me that the Toonie Talk boys were listening to the old clip where Meltzer says this.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And I guess they all had the realization that, like, they thought I edited that clip to make him sound like Tony Khan. No, bro, that's Dave Glazing. That's Dave double fisting the motherfucking meat pulls. You know what I'm saying, dude? That was in like way back when he said that shit too, dude. So, George for 2 says 83 likes. Phil, it's your call. We'll give chat a little bit longer, guys. Get to over on the Clips channel. Please run it up to 100 likes. There's like almost 200 of you watching on that channel. Run it up to 100 or Jericho's going to do a run in. They did not know it was real. That's fucking hilarious. Like, how would I have made that? Did they think it was me saying it? The best guys, Tony Khan. Did they, you know? But that's what's funny too. I remember one time I was on their show and they're like, so here's the Monet Mag. And they brought up like a Google Drive with text in it. And then they start reading out of it. And they're reading it. And at first, like, go back and watch. It was one of my appearances. And I go, are you guys fucking ribbing me on the air? I'm like, is this a real thing? And that's how I discovered the Monet Mag too. So it's good when you have friends, you know? We can show each other funny shit. But yeah, I didn't realize that they didn't, like, who did they think I was saying that shit? But yeah, I remember too, one time I went on TT Dub, and they start reading the Monet Mag, and I'm like, wait, are you guys ribbing me? This is real? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, oh my God. I was like, what the fuck, man? So that's a great bit. But yeah, Double Dick Dave. Yeah, dude. Double Dog Dave, man. So yeah, shout out TT Dub, dude. The best guy is definitely Tony Khan. And Brian, that's a real one too. There's a couple variations, okay? I just used the cleanest one on this soundboard, but there's a couple that get pretty zesty, you know what I mean? So, okay, let's get into some breaking news. So I tweeted this out. I don't know, got a lot of likes, got a lot of impressions. And I tweeted out, if what I'm hearing is true about WWE, the dirt sheets are fucked this year. And so I don't know, man. I'm just like, allegedly, let's just say, right? Like, we're just making shit up here, right? Like, I don't know anything. I'm a dumb fuck. These are just educated guesses and stuff. But so with WWE, not only have they been cracking down, but they want to avoid doing more rounds of stooge tests like they did that last year, like late 2023 or whatever. But they have a lot of new talent coming in. And again, nobody's talking about this but your boy Phil. They have a lot of new talent coming in. So you have people coming in from AEW and TNA, and they might conduct themselves differently, especially with the dirt sheets. They might, you know what I mean? And so some of those people around Mania season probably got talked to, and you see some dirt sheets melting down and missing and stuff like that. Okay. And now they're glazing the Rock because the Rock told a lie that sort of validated their lies in a weird, fucked up way, in a weird lie inception way. But you know, let's just, picture a world where you have talent, and even in WWE, you got people pitching their own creative, right? Like Karrion Kross is cutting these crazy promos. There's an alliteration for you. Karrion Kross is cutting these crazy killer promos, and they're like, it's, he pitches it to the office or whatever. He clears, hey, I'm going to say fuck a couple times. Are you guys okay with it? Whatever. But he doesn't, it's not like a script anymore. But for a lot of these guys, they're pitching and doing, like, they're involved in a lot of this creative. So with that, you would think that probably some creative confidentiality agreements probably get signed, and NDAs probably will get signed as far as like, on a creative level, right? Which that shit is so commonplace. I know Tony gets a lot of shit for the NDAs, but it's such a commonplace thing in the entertainment world, especially. But so I imagine, right? Let's say everything I'm laying out before you all, let's just say that was the case, right? You'd imagine, and this is just me puzzle piecing things together, it would be really hard to get information out there. And if something did get out there, it'd be pretty easy to narrow down in 2025, I think, in the latter half of this year, who said something if something does get out, correct? You know what I mean? And I'll throw that out there. Just food for thought, something to think about. Okay, so let's scroll all the way down and let's get into some stuff here. So no lies were told. So we have a video. I actually have the social media post that went kind of viral, where WWE superstars are asked questions like, who's the most likely to this? Who's the most likely to that? And everybody gives their answers. And actually, I don't have it in here. Wow, maybe the phantom bookmarks. But basically, wrestlers were asked, who's the most likely to pick up the check at a fancy dinner? And Raquel and Dom pointed over at Liv, and Raquel's like, oh my God, sometimes I feel like she's my sugar mama. Like she will just pay for things like da 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 da. And other people gave their answers. Some of them said Liv, I believe. And then here's Danielle Fishel on Pod Meets World. One of the only non-wrestling. No, actually, that's not true. I mostly listen to wrestling pod clips, but one of the few pods that I'll listen to in full form and not clip form, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Danielle Fishel,
for the record,
Topanga from Boy Meets World talks about her time at WrestleMania here this past weekend, or I guess about a week ago. Fuck with us, and then we tweaking. Everybody catching bullet holes. No. Shout out Bobby Shmurda.
Would like to say for the record that last night we all went to dinner as a group. There were 11 of us.
Yeah.
Went to an amazing restaurant here at the Fontainebleau Hotel. We went to Komodo.
Yeah.
And when our bill came, the waitress got down and she was like, Danielle, I want you to know someone named Liv picked up your tab. And I said, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
She said, yeah, Liv, she wanted me to tell you she'll see you tomorrow morning. It was
rock
the
star move.
Coolest move. And then we were like, is she here? And she said she left.
Yeah.
She paid a massive tab and didn't even
bounced.
stick around to say hello.
It was super rock star. You ordering the 6 desserts after that was a little much, I thought.
It was a little much.
Really
Yeah. Well, I had her credit card number.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
With
Man, they do a great pod, these three. And shout out Liv. I did that once at a birthday. It was like a friend's birthday, so I just went and grabbed everything and was like, yeah, I'm getting out of here, guys. And I just didn't say anything. Felt pretty good. Not gonna lie. It's a boss move. Can't do it all the time like Money Morgan over there, but they still think Cope is in WWE. They've never heard of AEW. This is via Neckbeards here. So Metallica, WWE celebrities spotted watching the Leafs battle the Senators Tuesday night in Toronto. So WWE superstars Trish Stratus and Adam Copeland. We're watching the Battle of Ontario on a Tuesday. So a night off for both folks. And pretty funny that they're just like WWE superstars. So here's Saraya praising Triple H. There's a lot of Saraya news here. She will be back in WWE as Paige. Period.
Triple H was a really good boss in NXT, and I enjoyed him running it. And he gave girls a lot of time, a lot of freedom, and he helped usher in the revolution too. You know, he wanted to give the women a chance, and he did. When we were in NXT, you know, doing a suplex from the top rope as a woman was like a big deal back then. I mean, we got this is awesome chant, and now everybody can do it. You know what I mean? But like back then, it was like special, and he let us do that. You know,
yeah. Emma and Paige, their matches got me back in NXT, or into NXT rather, and back into WWE like regularly a little bit, not going to lie. I got a time where I was kind of wavering off. And also Bo Dallas and Neville.
And that's another thing. I think, obviously, yeah, give the women a lot of credit, but also people like him that gave you guys a chance because...
Yeah.
And Ascension. They fucking ruled.
People like Vince, for example, just didn't want to. And then again, things won't change until the gatekeepers are taken out of that position. And then things are able to change. So
Yeah. Hunter was he was definitely one of those people. He made NXT what it is now. It's a spectacle. It's like the third, brand. Like it's really big. Like people are selling out arenas when they do pay-per-views, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he's the one. He was like the catalyst there that made. He took it. He was like, "Listen, honey, you're gonna be in charge of FCW," and he was like, "No problem," and he made it something really special.
Wow.
And so I'm really thankful for him for giving us the opportunity. Because I had a trainer down there after Dr. Tom that was not nice, and he treated everyone like dog shit, and he didn't take the women very seriously and didn't give us opportunity. So if he was still running it, it wouldn't be where
it would still be held back.
But Hunter, it was like, I see something, and he's very open-minded, and so he was like, he sees us women, knows that we can put on a match if given the time, and he was like, okay, here's the brass ring, And so, yeah, I'm really thankful for him. I really am. And I know he's going to be doing some special things now that he has Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah, man. She's going to be back. So Nia Jax receives criticism over comments about Charlotte Flair at WWE Roast of WrestleMania. So, yeah, I don't know. They made jokes about Charlotte Flair's faces or whatever. Her face changing. So... Charlotte and Nia are really good friends. I don't know what people want, anyone to think or say. So the ratings are in. NXT on Tuesday, 686K and a 0.17 in the key demo. AEW on Wednesday, 521K with a 0.14 in the key demo. And of course, 8 million watching on Max, rounded to that exact number. And yeah, man, the key demo falling, the ratings are shit. All of this for this victory lap. And all this hype around this Dynamite. And they take out all these advertisements around Mania and all this shit. And that's the rating they do. And the key demo's falling because Dave will go, well, because you have to assume they're on Max. But really, it's just, no, it's going down because AEW's the old man show. It's like if you're just someone who throws on wrestling, just to have it on, that's what AEW is now, yeah, there's some matches. Once in a while, there's something good. So anyways, though, moving along. The creator of Penta's WrestleMania mask was overcome with emotion watching him wear the gear on the biggest stage of them all.
Emotional damage.
No, shout this guy out, though, for real. Yeah, that's dope. He must feel really good about that. So, okay, WWE Superstars. This is courtesy of Bleacher Report. Owned by WBD. No, of course they're going to be there covering WrestleMania, though. But yeah, WWE Superstars' most famous friends. They get asked, and they're all pretty humble about this.
Who's your most famous friend?
Bad Bunny, I guess.
Probably Pat McAfee. Yeah.
Mark Long, King of the Challenge, the first reality TV star. I'll put Mark Long up there.
Rey Mysterio, or I think Rey.
I don't know, because they're just my friends. I don't, because what's a friend? It's a friend, and you have people you know. But
you got real deep.
friend,
I didn't even know you was gonna go that deep.
I feel like my husband is just my most famous friend. He's my best friend.
Who's your most famous?
So honest. So moving along here, Jacob Fatu talks about his first purchase since he made money. And this is the Club 520 show I think. Shout out these fellas.
Now, when you got the big bag, what's that moment when you first got your final like breakthrough in the situation? What's that move? Like, what's that purchase? What's that thing? You're just like, all right, we on.
Man, shit. Man, it was paying my rent on time. Hey, bro, because I remember, bro. I remember nobody wanted my autograph, bro. The only thing I was signing, bro, is when I used to sign my papers, bro, when I was getting out of jail. You know what I mean? But hey, bro, but we came a long way though, and you know, bro, man, bro. It really just feel good to see my parents happy. Yeah. And everybody always say, congratulations, Jacob. Nah, but man, it's really my wife, bro. You know.
Now when you got the big.
And he puts his wife over. That's good. He's like, I'm just happy to pay rent. He's got like 7 kids or something too. So shout out Jacob, man, doing the damn thing. So here is LaGreca responding to, well, where's The Rock's response? I thought I had that bookmark too. We got the Phantom bookmark opera here. Here we go. So The Rock responds to Dave LaGreca's rant about his lack of involvement at Mania. The Rock says, "Hi, Dave. The business is a complete work. Always has been, always will be. Every aspect of it, every match, every interview." I got to get my Rock down. Please join me. No, I'll get it down. Cody, Cena, Brian, and the rest of us for our creative discussion so you can expand your perspective. Until then, stop ranting. It's not healthy, my friend. Enjoy the show. P.S. Tell Bubba I have Grand Marnier and hush puppies for all of us. Okay, so that's what The Rock had to say. And LaGreca responds. And I'm sure he'll be totally rational and sane here. Shut out, busted open. Let's listen to what LaGreca has to say to what The Rock says. The Rock says,
I love professional wrestling. I love professional wrestling because it's unlike any form of entertainment or sport. I'm passionate about it because I dive into it, and it's not about, oh, it's real to me, damn it. But man, it is. It is. You guys put your bodies on every time.
Oh my God. Oh man. Where is my LaGreca goes.
Wrestling's not fake.
Time you step into a wrestling ring, you're putting your health and your body on the line. It's no more real than that. That's as real as it could possibly be. So when you say it's a work, I don't need to be reminded. I know that. I'm trying to fight that off from everybody outside of our circle. I don't need somebody inside the circle who sits at the highest mountain in this business, which is the WWE, to tell me it's not real. I already know that. I know that it's not real. But let me buy into the magic that is professional wrestling. So when you say it's a work and that it's fake, then what are we doing here? Then what are we doing? The reason I rant and rave like I do is because I'm passionate about it. I didn't like what I saw at the.
No, you're just obsessed. You're just an obsessed freak who obsesses and obsesses all day. You're just an obsessed freak, weirdo, obsessed.
End of WrestleMania 41. Just like if my Cowboys lose or my Yankees lose, I'm going to rant and rave about that. Doesn't mean I hate it. It's because I love it that I get so passionate. I yell and scream about it. Don't tell me it's a work. I don't need you to tell me. That's supposed to be from Dick or Jane down.
Yeah, for real. It's it's like with AEW where, man, I would go nuts with some of these. Like a while back, I'd go nuts trying to drive the point home. Like they need to fucking this, and that, or else this, and that's going to happen. Then all this time later, now it's at a point where I'm like, well, I'm just disinterested now, really. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing. Well, if you don't like, just don't watch it. I'm fucking dumb and I don't know what heat is about, and I should be encouraging people to care. Dumb wrestler guy who's like, don't watch it then if you can't like everything. Fucking stupidest thing anybody could ever say, right? It's like you want people to care. The second they stop caring, then that's not a good thing. Yeah, it's funny. And if you rant about certain things, you're just an obsessed weirdo. Why do you care? But then, you rant about other things, you get praise. It's insane. It's insanity. Social media is just really like warped society in a weird way, at least on social media, like not when you go outside. People are pretty chill, honestly. There's a lot more people, a lot more cell phones, so people catch the crazy shit. There's a lot more people on pills and shit these days for sure. So a lot more, I think, crazy shit happens out there in the wild. But I don't know. People are generally cool,
On the street that doesn't like professional wrestling. They're the ones that tell me it's a work and that it's fake, not somebody within the business. Believe in the magic. It's the magic that makes.
Stop caring about this thing that we want you to care about. It's like I tweeted out Shayna Baszler liked my tweet about someone was bitching at Josh Barnett and her about Bloodsport or whatever. And then Shayna was telling this Mark, I'll call him a fucking Mark, right? Phil S. Marks over here, takes one to no one. And she's like yelling at this Mark. Well, not yelling, okay. She's probably pretty calm, just typing into the Twitter machine, right? She's like, yo, these WWE wrestlers are getting the most eyeballs on this shit. She's like, you all want GCW, like you guys say you're fans of Bloodsport, and then when we do something to make it bigger, now you're complaining about it. And then I quote tweeted it, and I was like, yeah, that's like John Lovitz. He has a beautiful quote where it's like, we all encourage each other and we all talk about, oh, we want the American dream or whatever. And basically, you guys know what that means. Just freedom and the chance, And so we all want the American dream until you achieve the American dream. And then everyone's like, fuck you, you're grinding your way up and everyone's like, yeah, do it. And then you make it and everyone's like, fuck you, And that's essentially what it is. So it's the same thing in this, where it's like, you want us to care. So like, you want us to, it's what LaGreca just said. What are we doing here, B? Like, Rock, you're going to come back and then make people care. And then you go out there and go the goosebumps and this is what it's all about. But then you're going to be like, don't care so much about this thing that we need you to care about. It's so silly. I guess we just gave several different analogies or breakdowns for that. Really drive the point home for some of the sickos in the back, I guess. You guys get what I'm saying? But yeah, here, let's listen to what LaGreca has to say for these last 30 seconds.
Makes people buy a ticket to go see WrestleMania or sit on their ass for 3 hours to watch a Monday Night Raw or SmackDown because it's real to them.
Yeah, the North American dream. It really is, man. It really is, because Canada's the same shit. You just want a chance to work hard, make the best of it. So
they don't need to be reminded that it's fake. So all due respect, Rock, all due respect, Mr. Dwayne Johnson, I appreciate what you done for me and for this business, but what you put in that response I felt was wrong, and it hurt me. It actually, I'm not angry about it. I'm actually hurt and disappointed with the response.
Damn. See, he pulled like I'm disappointed, I'm hurt by it. So you got to appreciate that. Okay, happy Wednesday. Oh my God, did we miss? Well, we missed last Wednesday. Oh my God, how dare we? Slap in the face, tisk tisk. Here is Ren Sinclair with a very late Wednesday, sorry, and we're doing this on Rusev Day, I know. It's all fucked up. But here we go.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. So last night on NXT was a little tense. So instead, we are going to take a look into my room of requirement. And while we're doing our tour, let's go ahead and answer some questions. Question number 1. Can we see the room? Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing right now if you would have just waited. And this toilet right here is actually a functioning portal. So yeah, you have to know someone. Anywho, question number 2. The real question is, what is the best Harry Potter movie? And that would be The Prisoner of Azkaban.
I knew she's
obviously, hands down. Question number 3. Who's your favorite Harry Potter character and why is its name? Well, first off, you must be a mind reader because he's pretty high up there. But if I had to choose my very, very, very top number 1, it would be Dobby for obvious reasons. He's kind of the best. And for this final question, it actually seems more of a statement. It says, you should do a Harry Potter cosplay. And to that, I have to say, I actually have. And obviously, I went as the only choice that anyone would go as, the best character
Dobby is free.
Oh my God, she's ridiculous. They need to just let her do these. Like when they bring her to the main roster one day, they just need to let her do these and like don't overproduce them. You know, like let her, maybe the audio is the only thing you fix, but her with that shitty audio, she knows what she's doing. Like that's part of what makes it good. You know, and I'm telling you, they need to let her just like do these little videos leading up to her debut. And man, I just find that shit entertaining as fuck. Like how I don't know. Harry Potter equals red flags. I cannot unsee that. I've seen the first 3. Wait, is that the flute song for Dave? Yes. Okay, that's what was popping me. The goddamn flutes, man. The Harry Potter flutes, baby. Happy Wednesday, everyone. So here we go. MJ from MJ from MJ from MJ from MJ from MJ. Okay. Writes a big long post here. I encourage you all to go read it. We got clips though. And Pollock and Thurston, I guess, admit or reveal that they are not welcome at WWE pressers, and they wouldn't go anyway or whatever. WWE's
You just made the list.
But yeah, dude, Dirt Sheet's really in the mud, and I don't even know if they're like the dirtiest of sheets, but they are just two miserable fucks who really want to see WWE go down for whatever reason. But yeah, let's take a listen.
Did
All
not
of this.
go to Las Vegas. Why?
So I was planning going and had a hotel and travel plans booked, but it's WrestleMania and the ticket sales are very much in demand. So I figured the only way I was really going to go is if I was credentialed by WWE and attended the press conference. Hopefully, you never know. But you know, I realized that I hadn't received the credential application yet. And once I realized oh, we had not received press releases in quite some time, since about early February. And I followed up and tried to get the application, tried to attend as me.
I hate to fucking laugh. I'm so sorry.
Emotional damage.
Oh shit! I don't even mean to laugh. I'm so sorry.
Media, and I got no response. So I figured. You know,
Oh my god, I'm dying over here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. I gotta calm down. I'm so sorry. I got a show to do. Jesus Christ. I don't know why this is so funny to me. I'm so sorry, chat. Okay, let's go.
Credentialed by WWE and attended the press conference. Hopefully, you never know. But you know, I realized that I hadn't received the credential application yet. And once I realized oh, we had not received press releases in quite some time, since about early February. And I followed up and tried to get the application, tried to attend as media, and I got no response. So I figured, you know, they were not going to credential me, so I did not go.
I figured they weren't gonna credential me. They didn't credential you, bro. You didn't receive the shit, then you followed up, and then you're like, oh, I figured they weren't gonna. So I didn't go. No, they didn't, bro. And it's so funny because Pollock's like typing. He's like typing away. Leaving a fucking comment on his burner Reddit or something while Thurston's telling this story. Jesus Christ. Ah, man, that destroyed me.
Seems like WWE, you know, looking back on when we last got press releases, it looks like, you know, maybe something happened in early February, sometime just after Royal Rumble. which is actually before.
Oh, it's like something happened in February, like maybe early Rumble. Stop coping. You are coping and seething. You cannot accept what you are seeing because you are coping so hard. Dude, don't cope about it, right? Like you. So wait, hold on. Yo, so this makes so much sense, right? All this happens. He doesn't go to Vegas. And then the week before Mania, Thurston's like angrily tweeting out like Vince McMahon, Janelle Grant. No one's commenting on it, right? Like no one's talked about this, like gone over the history of like the last, starting at the Ring Boy scandal and going through everything, pretty much a 10-tweet fucking thread of him being like, oh, they should be asked about this. So he was just sour grapes and bitter. He was fucking literally just sitting there angry about WWE the week of. He's like, where's my fucking thing?
I don't know.
Oh, and they're just cutting the sheets out. It's like, bro, you can't help yourself but to try and do all this political shit and make the wrestling shit political. You can't help but shit on their economics. You can't help but release this fucking report or whatever where you do some math and you're like, oh, look, they Netflix and WWE, Netflix is lying about WWE's numbers. They're lower. And then Awful Wrestling calls you out and goes, well, this math actually just proves that they under reported like their debut or whatever the fuck he said. Then you delete your shit. Okay. It's that shit, bro. And it adds up over fucking time. It's the same reason why I'm never getting a press pass for fucking AEW. Okay. It ain't ever going to happen. Right. It's the same fucking reason. And except for, I would say, I at least am just cutting promos like, again, LaGreca style. I'm just being passionate over here, brah. You're just over there like doing funky math. And, you know, I give you credit though. I do, like, at least you try and crunch the numbers. Like people who do it and don't just, and they show their work on like BJ Bethel. I always give a couple, like I'll give you some credit, you know? That being said, you're a crybaby bitch and you were whining WrestleMania week and you post this shit and don't allow replies because you know you'll get fucking owned. And now this video, for some reason, is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like, ever. I just died laughing there. And he's just mad he didn't get free tickets. So he's like, I bought a hotel and all this shit, expecting. So he was entitled. He bought all this shit being entitled to, oh, yeah, I need to be credentialed and, you know, write this hotel room off and get it covered and blah, 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 blah. Right? And that wasn't possible. So he's crying like a little bitch. And he writes a whole little every this happened and this happened and this happened. And what about Janelle Grant? Right before Mania and shit. What a little bitch, man. Oh, man. Awful the goat. Oh, what's up, Neckbeards? Awful as God. Yeah, dude. How about that? Like, how fucking corny of a motherfucker do you gotta be when you're WrestleNomics and you're putting out all this shit and a guy named AEW Awful Wrestling calls your math out and you go, oh shit, and gotta delete. Bro, that is like uncanny, you know? So anyways, this is tremendous cope. We're like, we're not even a minute into this clip. And it's just juicy. So let's listen to the rest of this. And we got a couple others. Thank you at Summix Error for hooking this up. Friend of the show.
I did the reports on WWE employee morale and WWE employee benefits that were cut and raises that were expected that didn't happen. So it wasn't even because of that was the last straw or if anything happened. So we debated whether even to bring this up, but I figured since we had
So they debated before they went on the air. They're talking, bro. Do we bring this up? No one cares. Nobody gives a shit. 270 views 9 hours ago, 4.89K subs. I'm not dunking on anyone, but no one would give a shit if I didn't. No one gave a fuck that I didn't get tickets and I got 2K more subs than you. So what the fuck? Okay. Let's be real here, Thurston. Jeepers. So moving along here.
Talked about it.
Should we talk about it, bro? I don't know. It really hurt our feelings. They feel singled out. It's like, no, it's you and all the shithead sheets, bro. Okay.
And since people might ask me why I'm not at press conferences, I wanted to make it clear that it's not by my choice.
Yeah, I will.
So they're unwelcome at WWE. They just
I
reveal
wanted
it.
to make it clear that it's not by my choice.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll state, and just to be clear, I know Elimination Chamber was here in Toronto, and people were like, "Why weren't you at Elimination Chamber?" I had a vacation planned. I never even applied to go to Elimination Chamber, nor did I apply to go to WrestleMania
They're coping so hard
either. So I haven't gone through. Like I have not been, turned down for anything. But I'm also, of the belief that, listen, I've been doing this like a ridiculous amount of time. I've gone through these things, in, out, whatever. Like it.
So here's the problem, right, with WrestleNomics. I'll just explain it. Pollock and Thurston, right? Because Pollock, I grew up watching you on the Fight Network and shit. Like, I really, I really wish this WrestleNomics stuff didn't become a thing. No, it's fine. Listen, this is what it is, right? You guys are called WrestleNomics. And so your side gig or your side hustle or whatever you guys do here is to talk about the economics of wrestling, of pro wrestleru, right? And the problem is that the biggest economic juggernaut in pro wrestling, it's like you cry like bitches about, and you seem like you want to take them down, and you try and diminish their successes, and it's just really gross and weird and obvious. Right? And that's the problem. So we're not saying you have to praise everything, but when they're doing their greatest economic boom in wrestling right now, and you're like crying about that, it seems weird. It seems like you'd want to do the opposite, and people that would tune into WrestleNomics, right, would want to. It seems like they would want to hear at least some unbiased takes on the greatest wrestling economic boom. No? Like my shit's called Pro Wrestle Times. So you come here and you're going to sort of hear about what's topical and relevant in pro wrestling given the times. No? Like don't win. Right? I think that's what we're going for here. So it seems like WrestleNomics, like it's not that you have to blow everything to death. And yes, talk about the Janelle stuff, but also like maybe, or like don't, unless it pertains to economics. So when it was like here, they hid 3 million, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's all great. Now that we're way past that and you're bringing it up because you're bitter that you didn't get a free ride this year at Mania. And this is what I'm talking about. My guy Alfred's like, man, apply. Like you'll fucking, I'm just sitting here going, dude, the problem is that I also don't want people to think that shit would sway me. You can't be fucking bitter if 1 year they give it to you, 1 year they don't, and then the next year they don't. You can't. He's just literally being a whiny bitch because he's like, well, for the last 10 years, I got it. I just booked my hotel without even. It's so cringy, bro. And so people who tune into WrestleNomics, they want to at least just hear like an unbiased analysis of like the economics, and probably you might want to celebrate and put over some of the greatest objective economics that the WWE, ergo the by proxy, the pro wrestling industry business has had in how long, right? And instead you're taking a company where it seems as though year over year their shit is going down, other than I guess they're going to make 14 million and some change this year. Good for them finally. And let's say that's true, right? Shout out Switchblade for that. But, they have sort of trended the opposite direction, whereas and then so is Ring of Honor, so is New Japan. Stardom, too, took a bit of a hit there for a little while. I think they're bringing it back again, but I don't think they've been overly Well, no, that's not true. I think Momo was involved with them. So, yeah, maybe they are involved. But all I'm saying is that everybody involved with AEW for a while there was hurting or is hurting. And then everyone involved just in the indies and WWE, or just like not WWE, even just like the indies, like they are seeing a resurgence in business or like a boom or whatever. So I think it's crazy to not like point that aspect of it out instead, and then try and just like do this cope shit you guys do. I'm spending a lot of time on this. Let's move
really
on.
Does not affect either one of us in terms of like the day-to-day of like what we do. Like it's a pretty specific thing that we do. Personally, I think Brandon should be at these press conferences, even if I cannot. But it's also not the end of the day either, and is not going to really bear any issue for us beyond that.
We don't know if there's a specific reason. I assume it's
we've asked. Listen, we've reached. But it's also not the end of the day either, and is not going to really bear any issue for us beyond that.
We don't know if there's a specific reason. I assume it's
we've asked. Listen, we've reached out. It's not like we're just guessing here, but I mean, they can certainly clarify at any point to us. They have all of our information, and we've inquired. So it's like, again, I don't have like some smoking gun to say, hey, this is the reason why they wouldn't get back to Brandon or something like that. But anyway, but it's also not the end of the day either, and is not going to really bear any issue for us beyond that.
We don't know if there's a specific reason. I assume it's
we've asked. Listen, we've reached out. It's not like we're just guessing here, but I mean, they can certainly clarify at any point to us. They have.
Jesus Christ, man. These two chuckle fucks. Bro, this is all you say. Ready? Yeah, they denied our shit for the first time ever. Yeah, I mean, we haven't covered them the most favorably. I'm sure it's any one of the things we've been talking about. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You got to take it on the chin. I had a hotel booked and shit. The tickets were so expensive. I'm used to getting that shit for free. So I was like, damn, I just couldn't spring it this year if they were, I just usually write that shit off. It's for work, I'm not balling like that right now, even though I cover the economics, so you just be honest, bro. What the fuck? People are so crazy.
All of our information, and we've inquired. So it's like, again, I don't have like some smoking gun to say, hey, this is the reason why they wouldn't get back to Brandon or something like that. But anyway, but it's also not the end of the day.
Yeah, not hating, but like more people are watching this shit right now than they have views 9 hours ago whenever this shit was posted. Not hating. Again, I know the grind, bro. But they've been at this shit way longer than me and are like reporting news, like actual factual, like, hey, we have a headline.
Like that, but anyway,
we're crying because we didn't get passes. I'm like, it would be sweet to get passes. That's a thing. Wait, you guys get free hotels? Is that a thing? Can I do that? I'll wear a wig and a mustache and pretend I work for fucking Fightful or something. You know what I mean?
I didn't really want to talk about this, but I feel
sneaking Scooby-Doo style.
We owe you at least like that transparency, and
we owe you that transparency. Nobody cares. This is like if I came and was like, guys, I owe you the transparency of why I wasn't at Mania this year. What the fuck?
Feel like we should put that out there. So,
and I do feel like people are naturally going to ask after I've not been to a press conference in quite some time why I haven't been. So, and we did discuss it previously.
Who the fuck is going to ask that you can't? I don't know, dude. I'm not trying to be a hater. I know what the grind is like. You guys know I fucking try and link up with creators all the time since I've done this shit, who have equal to or less subs than I don't look at that. I look at people that I like, their approach to shit, or if I want to debate something or something, something cool. I'm not looking at like sub count or anything. So I'm not knocking them for that, but Jesus Christ, bro, you had 270 views. You're like, oh, people are going to ask. Was that like 20 comments? 15 comments? Why aren't you guys at Mania? What is anybody wondering that you guys are going to ask that wouldn't already be asked? Are you like the only people who would be worried about what you guys are going to ask is like the people who are like, are you going to ask about Janelle Grant? Are you going to ask about Janelle Grant? Are you going to ask about the grapes that happened in the company? You know, you shouldn't be worried about those folks
on this program.
Yeah, and for that reason, like I totally did understand that point. I want to put it out there. So on that note, I want to thank the Cubs fan for appearing on the show. Again, you can go follow.
They're so mad. Thurston's so mad because he doesn't get free manias anymore. Oh, you know they're the free manias? You don't know the free manias anymore? You don't hurt the baby feeling? Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Here, we have Miss October, been a member for 8 months. Hey, Phil, almost a year for me. And then a $50 super chat. Wow.
We'll rule you.
Amazing.
Master need to obliterate.
Miss October 30, thank you for 8 months of membership, for one. Sorry if that little Vince McMahon button comes up too. That was way before any of the shit when I made this channel years ago. Okay, you make the little badges, and I'm gonna switch that one. Don't worry. Okay, I didn't realize that was like a 12-month membership. You get like we didn't know. None of that shit was out. Pun intended at that time. Miss October 30 says, last night I missed SmackDown because I went to my sister's national solo dance competition. Okay, well, that seems a little more important. I wanted to see my sister because I want to support. I couldn't help but think the sickos and wackos would be so mad at me right now. Well, you know what you tell them if they're worried about you. I don't know what to tell you. You made the responsible decision, okay? Wrestling is on Netflix and Peacock and all this shit now. You can just watch it after. You know what I mean? You can watch that shit anytime. You can watch the whole show on YouTube/Twitter if you spend enough time looking for the clips. Okay, so I appreciate you. And yeah, I'm sure your sister appreciates you too. And like it was a competition. Did she win? That's the question. And if not,
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
because SmackDown was banging. What can I say? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to our members and super chatters there. Thank you so much. And okay, so let me check in with chat as well. Why would WWE bring in people who are very biased against them? Yeah, exactly. How dare have a life outside of wrestling? Pollock has been going hard for a while. Thurston was just a numbers guy, B, when I first heard him. All the dirty sheets are yellow journalism. Did your sister win? That's what we all want to know. Let me check in with likes as well. We might as well do it now since we're breaking. Breaking, no faking. Oh, yeah, we crushed the 100 likes. So, ladies and gentlemen joining me. No, you guys earned no Jericho. What kind of dance? Don't do that because you don't know. That could be a... It was the first round and made it to the second round. Boom. There we go. Let's all acknowledge the dancing W. Okay, so Byron Saxton is open to getting back in the ring. And he says, of course, we all hear the famous quote all the time, never say never, right? Which is true. So I will not say never, because the one thing anyone who steps in the ring can tell you is that the bug, that rush that you get from the crowd never leaves you. Are you at peace with not competing? Sure. Are you okay with not competing? Yes. However, there's that little part of you that misses just getting a bunch of someone in the face. So you never know. Just getting a bunch of someone in the face? You what? Fucking sicko Saxton here. Maybe he can have an Evolve match or something. Speaking of sickos, here's this granny who is just hilarious and harassing the wrestlers. No, not harassing them, but this is what I mean. The people who get offended at the roast. It's like, well, if this wasn't a cute granny, you would be like, this is harassment, you know? Like, why aren't you calling this granny out for harassing wrestlers and people, you know? So let's Let's watch this. This is quality content right here, as the person who tweeted it out said. And this made me chuckle for sure. This granny's hilarious.
I thought you'd be cuter in person.
Lady, I will suplex you right now.
It's time to play the game. Can I get your number?
What's that?
Can I get your number?
You have to ask my wife. Steph, she wants to know if she can have my number.
I guess so.
If your grandson doesn't take care of you, you call me and I'll throw him off the roof. I'll break
I
his legs.
certainly will. Can I take you on a date to the nursing home?
Go on a date with me.
Oh, if it was up to me, it would be my baby daddy.
Really? I don't know. My wife would have something to say about that. Granny's going to have a match with my wife. Uh-oh.
We got 2 words for you.
X-Pac.
Your wife said I could take you on a date.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. Oh, we're going to have a wild night. Yeah. I heard you're a troublemaker.
Gunther, I heard you're a troublemaker. Okay, so Bishop Dyer, the former Baron Corbin, calls WWE out over their treatment towards Bayley at Mania 41. He says, "Fuck you. That is my sentiment. I've had a few days to kind of calm down because it made me extremely angry. Fuck you. That's my sentiment. I mean, to do it to Bayley of all people, someone who's been there through COVID, has made lemonade out of dog shit repeatedly, is a model fucking employee. I don't give a shit if she knew the storyline ahead of time. Please do all this, take all these bumps, work your ass off in 2 days before we're going to replace you. And now I know Bayley's going to be fine, but that is a moment, and it is bullshit all the way through. She didn't get to be on WrestleMania. She went down to NXT, elevated talent, does everything you've asked of her. Bayley deserved to be on WrestleMania. It is insane to me that you take that moment away." Right, but she got a Mania moment last year too, no? I guess Becky did as well. It is fucked, but that whole tag division is just fucked. The whole booking of it was just stupid to begin with. Lyra shouldn't have been in that fucking tag title match to begin with. So The Rock's WrestleMania 41 absence was reportedly met with confusion backstage. This is per Fightful Gossip. Talent backstage at Mania were discussing The Rock's absence and his lack of promotion for the show, with one talent reportedly claiming that we all found it kind of weird. King of weird. Fucking spell check your shit. Kind of weird that he didn't promote the show at all. Yeah, I mean, they never promoted him to be on it, and it is weird, but I don't believe that you guys heard that from anybody. So Shinsuke Nakamura, you guys might not be able to see that, or yes, you will, but Evil's back there with him. Former IWGP heavyweight champion is back there as well. So another Nuge guy. Now, he's obviously, a lot of the talent go to WrestleMania and visit. I saw Momo Watanabe, who just competed in AEW, like sitting in the stands at Mania posting pictures. And I thought that was very compelling because I know a lot of Stardom folks were there. Everybody's there from every Fed. It's Mania. They're wrestling fans. But to see her, and she just competed in AEW, that one was really interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? So Saraya, more Saraya here. She says she prefers the Paige character and would rather return as Paige than as Saraya. She says, "Oh, I would take Paige again. I love that character. I love Paige. I love the music. She was a badass." She's going back, guys, and she's going to be Paige again. It's fucking hilarious. I feel like being Saraya. Saraya was a different character in AEW. It's more of a chicken shit heel, which was fun, but I prefer Paige for sure. And if I was to be Saraya, it would be a Paige version of Saraya. See, everybody justifies in their own head, and they're, these wrestlers are coping too a bit. Like Malachi Black. Everybody just pretends they're like, oh, my gimmick over there is just like my fake amnesia gimmick while I was over there. No, Saraya, who I came out and was like, this is the real me, and I can be me. And then you're like, no, that character sucks. And yeah, you get paid a lot. And it was just this character that was same with Malachi Black. Like the paint's gone and he's more clean cut again. And he's like picking up where he left off. And it's like that era of his House of Black shit is just gone or whatever. Like, not literally, but, you know, the way they just play these characters. It's so funny. It's just so funny to me. You know, no, Paige is really like, I love that character way more. And this character was just kind of a shithead that I did over in that place. But the other one was better, of course. But the money, though. The private planes, though. Bailey says she doesn't know why she's not featured on WWE posters, talk shows, and other promotional material. She says, I'm not sure what else to do. There's no heat backstage or anything like that. I could see Bailey and Monet working a match. I think I said before, I don't see Bailey going anywhere. I don't think I see Bailey going anywhere, but her and Monet are awfully close. And if they could like go do some shit, I could maybe see Bailey doing it if they don't fuck around. And I don't know, because some people it's like, okay, does Bailey move the needle anymore? Right? Like, she's a solid hand. We pay her so much. So unless she's willing to like keep the same amount of money or maybe even a bit less at this point, which is fucked, but that's like all businesses work that way. It is shitty, you know? It is shitty, and I'm not saying that's the case. Maybe they'll just give her everything she asked for, but maybe that's not enough for her. And she's like, fuck, Mercedes, it might be empty buildings, but like, fuck, man, we can just I can go do a pay-per-view there. And, you know, the women's division's pretty cool over there. Maybe, who knows? I wouldn't like it if it happened, but Seth Rollins arrived to the NFL draft and was getting booed by Packers fans. And I think he drafted for the Bears.
Green Bay, Wisconsin! Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that. I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field.
Skirt, skirt.
Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field. And in case
How big of a deal the NFL draft is. Like, God damn it. It's incredible.
All aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And
You guys clown Seth a lot, but imagine the Bucks up there with like Okada doing this for the Jaguars. Like, come on.
I'm here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Ozzy Tropillo, tackle from Boston College. Let's burn it down and bear down Chicago.
So is that a good pick, chat? Let me know. Did they get a good pick there with that tackle? So there are plans for Kathy Kelly to become a manager in WWE. Who knows? I mean, she's taking promo classes and she's taking in-ring classes. That's also just like sort of mandatory in WWE. I mean, I know not everybody's done it. Like, I'm sure you could point to a bunch of exceptions, but basically everybody goes through the ringer a little bit just to see, right? Like, can you bump, whatever. Maybe she becomes a manager. I think she's just really good in her role as backstage, whatever. Maybe they're trying to bring other people in and they're going to let her just like wear these fucking thirst trap outfit she wears, and maybe she's going to talk on behalf of some wrestlers who can't talk and shit. I'm okay with that. I'm all about more valets, more managers. You guys know that. But who knows if there's validity to this. However, it just made me think like, wow, Samantha Irvin got out of there at the wrong time, and again, I'm not trying to knock her, but like, she wasn't that good. because she was showing the pictures. Look, I tried out as a wrestler. So if she tried out to be a wrestler already and went through the ringer like Kathy Kelly's doing now, and they were like, no, you're the ring announcer, then they figured it out for you and she wants to do more. And it's like, well, it's not there. They realize that the stuff you want to do, that you're not ready to do that stuff. So I think that's really telling. Either Samantha Irvin got out of there at the wrong time, or she just wasn't that good at, she's, has a bit of delusion when it comes to like, and I'm not trying to bury her, I'm just saying. So I tweeted this out. This got a lot of traction too. Over 500,000, 600,000 impressions almost. And then 4,000 likes almost. And I quote tweeted this WrestleTix post and I was like, yeah, Rock was lying. So some people got triggered by this, but basically The Rock said that he was called in to help move tickets. Okay. So 40 days out from the show. So there was 33 days from the show at the time that this was posted. However, the last update was a week before that. So 40 days before the Chamber. Their setup was for only 30,400 people. And they already had 26,500 seats open. Someone else pointed out that at this same time, they were opening more seats already. And then they asked, which like you wouldn't do that if you were worried about selling tickets, right? And then some idiots are coming at me. Like, this was in Toronto, guys. You're not going to come at me and fucking, they're like, that building holds 60K. It's like, yeah, but you have to understand, this isn't like WrestleMania. You can't just pull up to Toronto. Like, there are states in America with more people than all of Canada. You guys get it? You can't just pull up. Like, apparently WWE didn't even, they wanted to do the arena, but it was like booked up or whatever. They got double booked or some shit, so they just did the stadium or whatever. The most UFC got in there was like 50,000 plus or whatever. And that was for a huge fucking George St. Pierre, Jake Shields fight. So, yeah, just, I don't know, man. I just think The Rock is full of shit too. He's acting, bro. He's an actor, okay? And I just think he was full of shit. And again, I love The Rock. I've defended him a bunch. I defended him last year from the Cody Crybabies and shit. But I think he was lying during that little thing with McAfee, and he was just doing damage control like actors do all the time. He just jumped on McAfee show, and then he just saved himself, pulled the curtain back, buried whoever he needed to, stooged everyone. And he's trying to pretend now to David LaGreca like, oh, that was part of the plan too, was for me to do this Pat McAfee interview. Like, shut the fuck up, That's my opinion on that anyways. So watch this spot here. Well, SmackDown's going to pull the shit. Is he eyeing it? Is there... We'll leave it small, but the spear through the table. Legend shit. Amazing TLC match. Cooked hard as fuck. So Hang 'em High made a hilarious little edit here. So someone tweets out, someone needs to make a compilation of how many Def Rebel themes start with the wrestler saying something. And then Hang 'em High posted this edit. This is fucking hilarious.
Role model. All hail the queen. Zelina Vega. JC Jane.
New Catch Republic!
It's Tiffy time! N-A-O.
That's pretty funny. So Montez Ford used the dude's prosthetic leg during that match to beat the shit out of somebody. Again, just a breakout performance from Montez on SmackDown.
That's all right.
Man, the crowd popped so big for that. I rewound it and watched it like 14 times just so I could analyze like the dude's reaction. How long was he holding the leg up? Like all that shit. It was such a brilliant spot for Montez, just calling shit on the fly. And man, is he phenomenal. again, people like to make the comparisons like, oh, the better athletes in AEW, it's more athletic. I don't know. Like Ricochet can't do what Montez can do. I'm sorry. Montez jumped over the fucking post, cleared it, flipped, and like landed with his feet on the fucking barricade. Like he almost could have landed on the fucking barricade if he really put his mind to it. I bet he could pull it off and land it. Like, I'm not joking. It was insane. He did the diving flip splash through the table. He did the over-the-top blockbuster, like the Doomsday blockbuster or whatever on the outside, and just everybody getting there to catch him at the last possible second. And Alex Shelley selling. Alex Shelley, more like Alex Selly. Am I right, guys? Am I right? But yeah, man, Montez was just on another level, dude. And yeah, they got to just keep pushing that guy, right? And those dives that he does on Raw and SmackDown, eventually he's only going to break those out at the PLEs and shit, you know? So enjoy him while we got him, because man, oh man. And that HBK gear too is pretty fire. Anyway, Charlotte Flair wants to change up her character as she believes it is not relatable. Oh, you think? I will rule you. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE news. Round of applause for WWE news. Let me check in with chat. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says, I'm still firing the flu right now, but I'm ready to play some flutes. Let's fucking go, dude.
Are you sure about that?
Be gone. We're gonna play some flutes in a bit, buddy. Glad you're here. Battle through that flu. Drink lots of water. Sweat it up. Ciampa took a bad bump on the table spot with Dawkins. Dawkins did try to change his direction midair, but Ciampa landed hard. Yeah, his leg landed under him funny, but he was good. You could see when the ref ran up to both guys, and then they both gave the ref the Iggy there, the business, right? So Ciampa was good, but he did land on his leg kind of funny. But I think Dawkins got on. Here's the other thing too. I'm not trying to sit here and not put over everyone else. Machine Guns were great. Also, Dawkins was great. His selling was really good in that match, and he was just where he needed to be when he needed to be there, man. Keith Sims says AEW is better athletes. Not a chance. I agree. WWE is D1 collegiate athletes. I fully agree, bruv. That's the thing. People go, it's more athletic. Why? Because the guy just does some flips, there's fucking 9-year-old girls, and I'm not trying to undermine shit. I'm just being honest. There's 9-year-old girls who can do 3 backflips on a trampoline in their backyards and land on their feet. Okay. If you're a little fucking dude who weighs 130 or whatever, and you're doing flips, fucking great. Cool. I could do that when I was 8 too. I'm not trying to undermine it, but it's the physicality of a Drew, or to do what Jacob does. That's athleticism. That's the peak. Some of the athletes they're bringing over from NIL. Montez Ford. Are you sure anybody in AEW is a better athlete than Montez Ford? I'm not saying Kenny Omega is not an athlete, but are you sure? Are you sure Jade isn't a better athlete than a lot of? Well, she was in AEW. Yeah, was. Are you sure Bianca's not a way better athlete than probably fucking 95% of the AEW roster? We could keep going through names here. I'm struggling to think who could really athletically go toe to toe with a Jade in the women's division, So Kenny Omega's a better athlete than Montez Ford, natural athleticism. If they had a fucking race right now, and then if they did a decathlon right now, a 5 we go, okay, they got to do bicep curls, bench press, run this amount, swim this amount, and then do this other challenge. Like, who would complete? Like, Montez Ford Kenny would blow up way quicker, bro. And that's not even just an age thing. That's just like his cardio is really good, you know, but Montez's isn't. Are you sure about that? Guy's a freak in nature, man. Nathan Frazier's a tremendous athlete. Yeah. Bianca's a specimen. That's what I mean. You have Bianca and Jade, bro. Name one woman in AEW that stacks up athletically to that. I don't know, bro. Yeah. So almost every wrestler in WWE can do what AEW guys do, exactly. But not everyone in AEW can do what Jey Uso calls top guy speed. That's the difference. Everyone in WWE can do what they do in AEW. Every single one of them. If they just threw their inhibitions away and fucking all that shit, right? Not everyone in AEW can do what they do in WWE. And it's just that simple. And some people go, well, that's not wrestling. Well, you're a fucking mark. So wrestling's about drawing money, and that's period. It just is. You go back to what it is at its core. So, but yeah, and I'm not trying to bury it. I'm not saying Omega's not a good athlete or like Bobby Lashley isn't, but he's 50 now. We're talking about like current guys, you know? Yeah, I don't know. We're talking about current people, you know? If you want to bring up like, well, Brock Lesnar, you know, we can bring up fucking all these old guys if you guys want, but we're talking like currently? Nah, I don't know. I don't know anybody who really stacks up from AEW. Okay. If you don't think Rhea's crazy athletic, she is crazy. She's a crazy powerhouse athlete. 100%. That's irrefutable, man. It's irrefutable. There is athletic poise to like lifting as well, to a certain degree. Like Buddy Matthews, that guy's a fucking athlete, man. Maybe he could stack up, right? Maybe he'd go, hey, what about me? I think I could stack up to Frazier and shit. All right, you got me there, right? Maybe a Hobbs. I don't know. Hobbs isn't. He's just like a big jack dude. He's not like super there. And I'm not saying like, okay, everybody in wrestling in general. It's like saying, oh, people in MMA, that guy's tough. Yeah, everybody in general is tough, right? Everybody in wrestling in general is like decently athletic, or you know what I mean? Even Paul Walter Hauser, like he's probably, you know, ran a few more laps than the next guy who looks like him, you know, let's be honest. So yes, that goes without saying, but we're just speaking like except the exceptions, you know, like when we're talking now, okay, within the pool of wrestlers, right? Hobbs is of course exceptionally athletic compared to a regular guy, but he is just like a big jack dude who, you know what I mean? Like Moxley, not an athlete, just gets in shape, had good psychology, good on the stick and shit. Compared to the other athletes, like compared to Roman and Seth, not even close, you know? Anyways, Paul Carpenter became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. And fucking what a cute pup in your pick there, bud. Is it British Bulldogs? Okay. Keith Lee is athletic but injured a lot. Yeah, Keith Lee is a real athlete. But he ain't there. If Keith Lee lost like 200 pounds, which I don't even know if that's possible with his size and frame, he would be like, you know, he would be insane. But just some dudes are just built like he's just built like that, you know? But yeah, it's unfortunate that he's prone to like injury and illness, and I really hope we see him again sometime soon. But anyways, enough about comparing. Yeah, Chris Jericho is the GOAT and the best athlete in both, but we okay, everybody, let's give a good old Ichi ni Sanda for AEW news. Samoa Joe, another tremendous athlete. Samoans in general are typically just insanely athletic people when it boils down to it, you know? Football as well, or right? Tongans and Samoans, like they are just typically Just people who had to duke it out, throughout their ancestry. So it's there, Okay. Got to hydrate with soda water before AEW news time. So let's see, where are we? Just a quick reminder, Tony Khan, before we kick these things off here, ladies and gentlemen, let's reset it. Another yeah. And another Ichi Nissan dog. Just a reminder. Hilariously cringe. Okay, so Bryan Danielson says he's still a part of AEW, pardon me, and Tony Khan revealed this. The best guys, Tony Khan. So Tony Khan says, I still work with Bryan Danielson. He's still a big part of my office. He's not on the show, and he's been injured and maybe retired for good, but he's never said he's done for good. And I hope that there's some possibility he will be able to return to wrestling from the injuries and the way he left, but he's still a part of AEW. So I'm still very fortunate to work with Bryan. I talk to Bryan almost every day. He's got a great mind for wrestling, and he's somebody that I'm really pleased and blessed came into AEW and got involved with us. He's a great person in and out of the ring, and he's a great leader in AEW forever, forever, forever. He'll be with us forever, forever. So there you go. Danielson working in and around the office, right? WWE is going head-to-head on Sunday, May 25th. Battleground in Tampa going head-to-head with Double or Nothing. And yeah, dude, I don't know what was announced first or what. NXT's going for the jugular. Who knows? We'll see, man. There will be like this many people streamed it. And then Meltzer will go, well, this many people invested in pay-per-view, so the key demo, right? Like, it'll be all of these funny, hilarious meltdown arguments. And they're going head-to-head, so it's on a Sunday, May 25th. Maybe I'll do a special stream on that Sunday. Let's do it, and I'll watch both. I'll have both shows on simultaneously, or if they're on different times, we'll do them back-to-back. They're going to have to play the shit back-to-back. I took a break from views. Now it's back to that. No. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so we'll watch them and we'll do it live together. Love keep us together. So now FTR are called the Living Legend Killers, and they're with Stokely Hathaway, who's been off TV forever. Right? And may or may not have heat with people after the shit Elbu said about it. But yeah, so I don't know, man. The Living Legend Killers, like, could you be any more cringe? Just stealing Randy Orton shit? Like, fucking originality in this place. So John Gruden absolutely buries the Jaguars for getting fleeced tonight in their trade with the Browns. Tony's analytics on display again.
I think the team you got to be talking about is the Cleveland Browns. I think they fleeced Jacksonville. They get the Jaguars #1 pick next year, and only move down a few spots. Is that
moved down 3 spots? So they got the 5th overall pick this year. They got
I think the team
can't ever catch a break. So AEW Dynamite, after all that promoting at Mania and everybody's putting it over, and they're like, oh my God, look, the decal on the ring apron. We're so back. And it's like, of course, AEW waits till WWE puts their decal on the apron to bring their decal on the apron back. Like, they can never just be original and be their own thing. Tony fucking sucks. Doesn't have one creative bone in his body. And yeah, man. They garnered their lowest audience of the year and second lowest in show history in its regular time slot for this past Dynamite. The show averaged 521,000 viewers. And also the Bucks saw a drastic dip. So it was like 506 or like 516,000 or whatever, dipped to 502, went back up when they were done for the Bucks, man. So they fuck things up. No one wants to watch them. With a 0.14 in the key demo per WrestleNomics. As always, these numbers do not include Max. The show aired live on the West Coast, but was down significantly. Yeah, because everyone was watching AEW on Max and not watching NBA on Max. If that shit was on, because wasn't there like a playoff game on or something? But yeah, when it averaged 598K views with a 0.18 year over year, Dynamite's down 24% with the key demo down almost 40. So yeah, that key demo is plummeting. It's not looking good. So AEW Neckbeards posts this and reminds everybody about this is why AEW should never have a roast. Like, listen, if you guys were crying about the WWE roast, AEW should never have a roast because this was back in 2019. Eric Bischoff revealed that Tony Khan left. He stormed out of Shivani's birthday roast. Okay? Read this. Bischoff recalled right at the very beginning of this thing, everybody's seated. Mark Madden opens up and he goes, hey, look over there. Tony Khan, the money mark. How many executive vice presidents do you have in your company anyway? Tony took exception to that and got up and left. So I could have, I guess, had an opportunity to meet Tony Khan, but Mark Madden fucked it up for me. That was in 2019. Fucking Tony Khan got up and left.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because he got called Money Mark by Mark Madden. Like, now you know why they have such a vendetta against all these old podcasters and shit. It's so funny. I didn't even know that story. So how funny is that shit? So here's Harley Cameron she has a beaver puppet. So here's her promoting her cameo, and yeah, probably the most talented person in AEW. Obviously Samoa Joe, when it comes to in-ring, is our guy, but and just like for the men, right? All around. But Harley Cameron, I would strap the rocket ship to her.
Can't get enough your love. Woo! And I don't know why. I can't get enough your love. Alright, here we go. Oh, some things I can't get used to.
So she's doing a duet with a dude beaver, and it's actually really good. She should just have a YouTube channel. She'd have like millions of subscribers, right? She should just post thirst traps and have a YouTube where she like does all of her different talents. She's too good to be in AEW. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. Hopefully they're paying her well,
No matter how I try. All right, we're going pretty good. Ooh, the more I take, the more I want. And baby, that's no lie. What are you doing? Stop looking at it. Okay.
The beaver's looking at her tits. Like, it's so funny. She's spot on with this. It's less cringe than Jeff Dunham for me. God damn it. She just needs a fucking YouTube channel. She would have, I'm telling you guys, she'd at least get like a couple 100,000 subs,
What am I gonna do?
And the beaver can't stop staring at her tits. It's hilarious.
Alexa, music off. What are you doing? What are you looking at? I ain't looking at shit. You're looking at my...
Yo, come on. And she's doing cameos, so fuck. That is just awesome. So AEW Collision, originally scheduled for May 17, 2025. And again, they're canceling more shows. We covered some of them before. Ring of Honor and AEW, man, flipping around and moving around show dates and all of that. So at the Intrust Bank Arena in Wichita, Kansas has been canceled. The previously announced Dynamite event on May 14, 2025 at the Now Arena in Hoffman Estates will now be a dual Dynamite and Collision taping. At last check, the Wichita Collision event had distributed an estimated 1,158 tickets. So it's a double Collision Dynamite. They combine the shows. They're running victory laps because they fucking quote unquote beat Nitro. Okay. But they can't even sell 1,200 fucking tickets, man. for these shows, moving to smaller and smaller buildings. So again, man, don't listen to this fucking online noise. They're gassed up by these sickos. Ricochet's fucking cringe. A lot of these people are just being cringe, and it didn't help them. And instead of listening, they just fucking block you and get mad. So it is what it is, man. Between the Duval thing, so this is what Dave Portnoy had to say. Between the Duval thing and this, the Jags seeming more like a weird cult than a football team. Huh. Sounds awfully like AEW.
Yeah, as we sit here.
You guys think I cherry pick the headlines too? You guys don't think that, like, okay, I read the WWE ones. We go over whatever's negative going on. It's always like we're just clowning on AEW every segment. That's just the fucking headlines. Okay? It's like, it's not my fault they're canceling shows and moving them to smaller venues after we've been saying for years, please move this shit to smaller venues. Make it more fan-friendly. Like,
yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football. And really,
these are 100% Tony's college buddies.
Really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many made.
This is some Tony Khan shit, bro. What the fuck? Is Fulham like this, chat? This is fucking cult behavior.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
They have a fucking cult going on in Jacksonville. Jesus Christ.
Deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person. He's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him.
Boundaries were made to be broken. We want our wrestlers, football players, to come here and be themselves. This is going to define who we are and change everything about football. Revolutionize it. This is all the same shit. This is fucking wacky behavior, dude.
Because when he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself.
This sounds like Tony Osprey. He elevates wrestling to in the city, in London, in Rev Pro, and in New Japan. And I will not take this shit.
Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
And then they paid Ron Weasley to be there on the side. No. So Mariah May posts herself in this like wedding outfit, and the tweet is married to the game. The AAA. It's all about the game and how you play it. All about controlling if you can take it. Married to the game. She's going to be in fucking WWE in no time, dude. Moving along here. AEW Beach Break is airing over 2 nights instead of a 4-hour block. Okay, so that's on May 14. So that got flipped from a 4-hour block to 2 days. Okay. Danielson says he's very satisfied with his career. Enough is enough. And he says his neck is wrecked. Meanwhile, Tony's like, I hope he can wrestle
Best
again.
guys, Tony Khan.
We want to see you come back, win the title. Could it happen?
Yeah, but my neck is wrecked.
Is there no chance you'll wrestle again?
So it's not no chance, but it's risk versus reward.
1 in a billion? I have a few of those.
At this point, right? Like, so I want to be able to live comfortably with my wife and kids. And, one of the things our society has a real problem with is realizing when enough is enough. And I'm very satisfied with my career. I think enough is enough,
Enough is enough. I agree with him, though. So here's Kenny Omega. I think this is a throwback, but again, here's him giving Roman Reigns his flower. He brought his Twitch show back, so I think this clip resurfaced.
No. Well, I'm not going to accept any Roman Reigns slander in this chat. I really think he's incredible. I don't don't think he's boring either. I think I actually would say that I'm pretty jealous because Roman Reigns was presented the exact same way that I would love to be presented.
Do you hear that? Oh, the best booker, your top guy, is going, yeah, Roman's being presented the way I want to be presented. But they can't figure out how to do that. Because Tony's like, well, you go figure it out. Fucking crazy. Kenny, you would be presented like that. If you went to WWE, they'd give you the World Heavyweight title, bro. Just get out. Just negotiate. Get out. Just show up at Mania as their surprise next year. Everyone's going to want a big surprise. Who's going to come out the tunnel and challenge whoever the fuck? You pop up out of nowhere. You get your big fucking entrance. The crowd will erupt for you. You have your one match. Have your run. 1 year. Let WWE lock you in for 2 years. They're signing some of these older folks for 2 years, okay? The Creed brothers and Ivy Nile wearing Kurt Angle jerseys are in the crowd here at UFC. But yeah.
He's presented the exact same way that I would love to be presented. He's presented as the man who's the champion to have big matches at the pay-per-views where you're either really cheering for him or you're cheering for someone else.
So what you do with Kenny, you have him come in, shock beat the world champ or like the IC or the United States champ or something like that. Or just like a big name, the way Cody Rhodes beat Seth. But it could be the world heavyweight champ, not the WWE title, the world champ. Or however you do it, you get Kenny that world title right away, then you have him lose it quickly to someone else, but you have him spurn off into like a program with Punk or something, Cody Rhodes or something, where there's no title on the line. And then it's just like a feud that's bigger than the belt or whatever. And then again, you throw it in AEW's face the way WWE's been doing it. With like Ricky Saints versus Paige and shit. I mean, you do Omega versus Punk, a match they never got, or Omega versus Rhodes, right? A match they never got or whatever. Like heel Rhodes puts together like a Bullet Club of sorts in his last run. Maybe AJ and Finn join him or whatever the fuck. And then Omega comes in and is like, da-da-da-da-da. I know some people might scoff at that. He needs to go and show the world that he can put on a Mania match and create that moment one time. You know? They would give him the world strap for a little bit. Just a little bit. You give it to him for like not long, 1 month. He fucking drops it because someone fucks him out of it. And then it's like a big beatdown happens after a match or something to where he has no choice. He's like, fuck the title. I got to just get back at whoever this person is. And then you preserve Kenny because his body's beat up. So you injure Angle him out or something. This is all next year, of course.
That's professional wrestling. So he's getting to do what I did in New Japan. So I can't be a hater on that. I'm a fan. No. I'm not going to accept.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I would like to see it. I think he could hang, definitely. And I think WWE's presentation and their pacing would highlight what he does well, would only like make him look bigger and better than what he's been able to look, because he'll never reach that Japan hype again unless he goes to WWE and tries. And even if he doesn't reach that level, you don't think he could win a world title or like win the US title. Maybe I'm going too high, but would he settle for a US? I don't fucking know. Not saying he gets to call the shots, but maybe he does a bit because that would be a dagger into the soul of AEW. And Triple H was interested in like, okay, that shit Elbu was talking like, oh, they all had a meeting, the Elite did, and they're like, oh, should we all sign? Whatever. There came a point where WWE, they were not interested in the Bucks or Hangman at all, but they are still down with Kenny. They'd sign Kenny tomorrow if the opportunity came. I'm telling y'all they would. Okay, so yeah, that's one dude. Like Hangman, okay, he doesn't do shit for ratings. The Bucks, their ratings poison. Like they had their chance, they lost it. Okay, and when they talk that shit, oh, we were ready to go to the other company. That's just them working Tony Khan, at least in my mind. But Kenny, they'd take him tomorrow. because there's something there. Because even though people are like, no, Kenny sucks, people care about that guy. Whether you fucking hate him or you love him. Like the Bucks are just like, we just want them to go away. They're cringe. Even AEW fans turn the TV off. It doesn't work. Kenny, there's potential there. Like if Kenny and Samoa Joe got in a white hot program in AEW and they just let someone talk on behalf of Kenny because he doesn't talk that good, they'd be all good, man. They'd be rolling. That'd be better than Mox and whatever the fuck Mox is doing. So anyways, that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news.
Stupid idiot.
Oh, sorry. I meant to give an Ishii. Okay, who wants some sickos? Who wants some sickos? Some real sickos. I'll check in with chat here as well. If nothing else, Kenny would be better dressed in WWE. When are going to link up with Squared Circle Maniacs? I don't know. Tell them to hit me up. Omega wanted to jump, the others didn't, so he stayed. Yeah, except for the others were unwanted, bro. They were wanted at the inception of AEW. And then when the time came around, like, no way WWE was going to give them NBA level money each for each buck. That was never going to happen. And they can just take off whenever they want. So no, WWE did not want them. But I'm telling you right now, I could see them coughing up $1 million for Omega. I'm not joking. I could see that would be a dagger in the fucking soul of AEW. And I think that's priceless to them a little bit, you know? But also Kenny wouldn't do that to his guys. But at the same time, well, Kenny doesn't have kids and shit either. So he doesn't have like a wife. So he doesn't like give a fuck about like, oh, do what's best for your family. And she doesn't care. Right? Like if I was just a single dude with no responsibles and I could just play fucking Street Fighter or whatever he's playing all the time, I would do that too. So, yeah, I think he would do okay. I just want MJF to go to WWE. He'd have to go through NXT, I think. He'd have to learn how to like do the promo, like the actual character development. His character is not developed at all. And we want to see that character just as it is, like already in WWE is the problem. So we don't even want it to develop. I don't think he wants it to develop because he knows that. And he needs to get the fuck out of there. He's engaged to Sheeta. I don't know if that's a joke or yeah, who's more detrimental, Kenny or MJF? I don't think most in WWE care that much. No, here's the thing. And I'm going to tell you guys this right now. People in WWE don't give a fuck about MJF. They don't at all. If Kenny came out, you'd hear a big pop. You would hear a big pop. He's a guy that people do know about. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty big pop. It wouldn't be like, oh my God, when AJ Styles showed up, or it would like when the Hardy Boys returned at that one Mania. I don't think it'd be, or like when Cody Rhodes came back. I don't think it'd be like that, but it would be big, man. And I think they would be able to present him in a way where he'd get over. He's engaged to Sheeta. Like Hikaru Shida? Because Hikaru Shida's married to... Isn't Hikaru Shida married to, like, a famous baseball player? Like, I don't want to say Shohei Ohtani, but... Mike Shida. Okay, so... Okay, let's get into the sicko segment. Speaking of sickos, you guys ready for some sickos? It's time for our sicko segment. So, but why Alyssa posted screen grabs of this sicko whose name is @LivXODom, who says, if Liv Dom was Hitler, then I'm a Yahtzee. If Liv Dom was slave masters, then I'm their slave. If Liv Dom, I'm a slave for you. If Liv Dom was the devil, then I sacrifice my kids to them. If Liv Dom was R. Kelly, then I'm 12 years old. Whoa, hot and fresh out the kitchen. Whoa, dude. Bounce, bounce, bounce your ass off of this fucking app for a little while, bro. This is fucking... if Liv Dom was pimps, then I'm their prostitute. I do anything for my goats. That's a real wacko, folks. So this Liv Dom person is like, I'm just curious about something like, I wonder what the sex between them be like. Bro, they're not really together. Are they simple? Like, do they do simple missionary? Are they some freaks? Do they spit in each other's mouths? Bro, delete this. Cousin. Carmen Petrovich says it's always the follow back. So this Bobby Gilbert 94 goes, Meika with some nobody. And it's Meika with Carmen Petrovich. And then hashtag Stardom NXT. And then he's following Carmen, trying to trash her because the Fed, man. The Fed. The cope is real here from Awful Wrestling. So @New Trolling says AEW fans tend to watch sports in general since it's the sports-based product, not a boring try-hard Hallmark movie. It's the complete opposite, man. AEW is the Hallmark movies of pro wrestling. It's TNA, old TNA. And it's hilarious because WWE is way more sports-based, right? We say it all the time. Put on a UFC, put on an NFL game, put on a Raw, tell me what's more similar, and then put on AEW, tell me which of the wrestling companies are more similar to the UFC, NFL. But also, we actually have interest that isn't just wrestling. So it's like, no, with more casuals, so we can break this down. With more casuals, that means there's more people, and you guys are always like, the casuals and shit. So there's more casuals, so they're casual fans of wrestling. They're likely more interested in a wider variety of shit than just wrestling. Whereas the hardcores seek out AEW and seek out Ring of Honor and seek out MLW and seek out Japan wrestling and shit. Like this guy is certainly into if you creep out his page. But just shy of 1 mil is really good. So to them, they're like adding this 30% now. And that's why Dave is such a fucking clown. This guy says, apparently the AEW Nation is not happy with Dynamite polls as of late. So this guy, Slick 2099, who's been on this fool's program many a times, responds to Solomonster, who takes a poll, and Solomonster poll, 45% gave AEW a thumbs down. Slick 2099 says, if you didn't like this episode, I wonder to myself, do you even like AEW? That was one of the best and well put together Dynamites of the year. And it's like, that's the problem right there. If that was one of their best, then that's fucking terrible, dude. So Suplex, my guy Suplex, calling out the sickos, man. And he goes, y'all never had this problem watching New Japan. So Wrestling Mark 16 goes, who, again, I thought this goober left for Blue Sky, but he's like, pro wrestling versus sports entertainment. Right? But when New Japan covers their mats and logos, these motherfuckers don't say shit. This guy calls it out, Jay Bands, or he doesn't call it out. He talks shit. He goes, when New Japan does it, it's aura. I don't know. It's just a lot of ads for the sake of revenue, and that's okay, but it looks ass on the WWE rings. When New Japan does it, it's aura. I don't know. No, that's dumb shit. I'm so fucking tired of stupid fucking people being like, my truth, and it's just like an aura, can't explain it, but no, that doesn't just apply to dumb shit. Look at all these fucking ads. Yeah, these weren't to make money all over the fucking place. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of fucking dummies, you know? Anyways, Neckbeards, of course, his fool, follow the revolution. So Neckbeards posts these. We borrow this fool for the show, right? But it's all we can do, right? But he goes, Matt Jackson took the time to post so much truth here via Instagram. Nothing but love to the real ones. So this is what Matt Jackson had to say. Nothing but love to the real ones who never stopped supporting us. To the ones who didn't fall for the phony character assassination clickbait articles, the rumors, the lies. You had our backs the whole time, and it didn't go unnoticed. We still do this for you. I would have probably called it a night a long time ago without your support. Let's keep going. Let's come back bigger, better, and sharper. What is the feeling everyone talks about? It's you. You're the recipe. Onward and upward. Are these the motherfuckers who... Jesus Christ. They like are you talking to the people who turned the show off when you guys came on the show? On the last one? During the worst rating? Second worst ever? In your OG time slot? And all the AEW fans tuned out for the most part, except for the real fucking sickos. Onward and upward. Your shit went down on that chart, bro. We saw it. We just saw it. So yeah, Follow the Revolution is like, people can express their opinions on Matt and Nick, but the amount of stupidity that fans circulate about them is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. One of the reasons why I'm so appreciative of AEW is because of the Bucks. Yeah, the Bucks would have been good if they had a good booker and they didn't let their egos get the better of them when it came to this AEW shit. They'd have fared so much better. So this guy, AEW fans Latino America, he gets ripped all the time, publicly and privately, by AEW talent, past and present and future, for sure. But this guy's like, no problem. Like Matt Hardy called this guy out and fucking clowned him. So this guy goes, no problem. If that bitch wants to leave, talking about Mariah May, I believe. So no problem. If that bitch wants to leave, let her. We all know how they end up buried over time. Most likely they'll send her to NXT and that's it. What a fucking sick freak. And so this guy, yep, our glamour is going to stay in AEW to keep on making history. And she's not going to that human sex playing and trafficking company, WWE. And his picture is of him likely with Mariah May. Our glamour is going to stay here. Like, these are the people who feel entitled over these wrestlers, man. And when they get hurt, they don't care. And when they don't do what's best for their families, they don't give a fuck. And when they do what's best for their families, they don't give a fuck. And when they live out their dreams, they don't really give a fuck. They care about their dreams. And that's fucked. And that's why you'll never hear me clowning Samantha Irvin for leaving WWE, right? I'll be critical of it, but I'm not going to clown it. And yeah, these people are fucked, man. So look at these geeks. Rena Keeks. AEW wins again. Jaguars take wide receiver, cornerback Travis Hunter with the number 2 pick. And this person's like, AEW wins again. It's like, how's that a win for AEW? Exactly. Someone just said it in chat. JWT657 says, AEW fans are Tony fans first and foremost. Exactly, dude. It's cultish. And that's what was going on with the Jaguars thing,
best
too.
guys, Tony Khan.
It's like you have to buy into the fucking Kool-Aid they're serving, you know? Yeah, so I don't know how that's a win for them. So this is like some sicko action here, and I quote tweeted this. I was like, yeah, more like fucking poll on the best sicko. So this guy, Michael Norton's like, the best wrestling podcast tournament continues with round 4. Ibu versus Brian Alvarez. Tryon Brian versus Elbu. What the fuck, man? And Elbu beat Tryon Brian with a 65%. Were you even trying, Brian? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. And this is crazy. Like, biggest sicko fucking tournament, maybe. So here's a crazy ass Reddit post about this woman who is like gonna divorce her husband because he's fucking obsessed with pro wrestling. Okay, woman says pro wrestling is ruining her marriage. So let's read this here. R/relationship advice. So she says, my 26-year-old female husband, 33-year-old male, is obsessed with pro wrestling and it's ruining our marriage. Do I leave? Throw away as my husband is on Reddit. Oh, she's trying to say like her husband might be lurking this maybe. My husband was into pro wrestling as a kid, fell out of it, but over the last few years has eased back into it. I've never been a pro wrestling fan. I thought it was something that people watched as kids and grew out of, but he has become obsessed and it's escalating to a point where I no longer feel comfortable. Apologies as I may not get all the terms right. I'm exposed to wrestling a lot, but I try to avoid watching it. It started harmless enough. He'd watch the pay-per-view events like WrestleMania. Then he started watching recaps of the weekly shows. Now he's glued. See, you can't. Watching recaps of WWE is fucking redundant because they recap it all on the next show anyways, right? Anything you need to know, they'll fill you in. So you're never going to catch me like listening to Sam Roberts or Megan Morant unless it's like a clip like Karrion Kross going off on Twitter or whatever, and it's like a 2-minute thing. You know, the recap of the WWE shows, I don't know about all that. Maybe if I missed the show, you'd go and check it out, but to me, I was never like a post show. Sure, you know that can be cool sometimes. Smack talk or talking smack or whatever. That was a decent show for a bit there. But yeah, it's definitely like if you're watching the recaps of the shows of just WWE, that's pretty wild too, right? Like that's another level. So I'm not clowning the guy whatsoever. Not at all. We're a bunch of wackos and sickos here. But that is a level of dedication of like, oh shit, and you're recapping it again. You know, that's wild. Anyways, like if I've seen a match, I'm likely, sometimes I'll watch a match back, but I'm not likely to fucking go and like watch a YouTube thing back unless it's like Charlotte Tiffy and it's like, hey, we got to watch it and dissect it. But you know, your standard promo, even that TLC last night, like I might go back and watch it at like the end of the year when they do the end of the year recap show, you know. But anyways, and not dissing this guy, but I'm just saying he's locked in is what I'm pointing out here, okay? Now he's glued to the couch every night there's a live pro wrestling event. He watches multiple wrestling shows, not just WWE. He started spending money, I mean a lot of money on merchandise, t-shirts, hats, action figures, and fake belts, etc. I was okay with this as it was nice to see his passion reignited for something. He's been in a rough spot with work lately, but now pro wrestling is the only thing he cares about. He yells at the TV like he's part of the crowd, cheering or booing. When he's, well, I mean, I do that too. When he's watching and when he's not watching, he constantly shouts their catchphrases randomly. He says things like, yeet, acknowledge me, you can't see me. He actually gets irritated if I don't play along with him. Like if I don't raise my hand when he says, acknowledge me. So they're in the grocery store and he's like, acknowledge me, bitch. And she's like, okay, putting her one up. If you don't acknowledge me. Oh man, that's good shit. He yells at the TV like he's part of the crowd cheering or booing. Okay, sorry. This past weekend was the worst of it. Those of you who know it was WrestleMania. He asked me to refer to him as the final boss. Oh. Whoa.
You fucking mark.
It's pretty wild. I laughed it off and thought he was joking, but he wasn't. We actually got into an argument about it Saturday evening because he said I wasn't supporting him in the way he needs and that whenever we were watching wrestling, I look bored, disinterested, etc. What the fuck? I look that way because I am. He's got to be watching 15 hours of wrestling a week easy. When Jey Uso she just spells her won at WrestleMania, he literally jumped on top of our couch waving his arms. It was embarrassing and I left the room. I don't want to say too much regarding our intimacy, but he's asked for a lot of role playing lately. Oh shit.
You what?
A real sick son of a bitch. Yeah, let me shit on your head. Pretend we're in a hotel room and let me take a shit on your head. Yeah, call me the final boss. No, no, not The Rock. I'm Mako Satomura, okay? You be Aja Kong. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Oh, man. It's got me very concerned. The things he's asked me to do and say make me super uncomfortable. It's all wrestling. Holy shit. Things have taken a toll on me mentally. It's nonstop. He sends me memes of Roman Reigns and a bunch of other wrestlers. He talks like them, acts like them, and demands I participate in his little performances. Yeah, are you sure you're not like dating a child? Is he 33 in dog years and this is a dog or something? Like, what the fuck? Sunday night, the wrestler he wanted to win didn't win, and it's still affecting him today. His mood's sour and he seems depressed. I hate to admit it, but it's been kind of nice. See, women are fucking sociopaths, dude. That's insane. He's like mentally ill. She's like, well, it's actually nice because he's shutting the fuck up. He's like mentally distraught. And she's like, I gotta be honest. It's been... Just kidding, ladies. He hasn't been as loud and noisy as usual. So Reddit, I need help. No, he needs fucking help. I just don't think I can deal with it anymore. He sings the wrestler song, so he goes like, oh. He does their sayings. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? He's got all their t-shirts. Bullet Club. He's even got tickets for us to the next show coming through in about 3 weeks. But I just don't think I can take it. Well, I say let's ask our correspondent here, our love expert, our relationship expert here, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. What do you think she should do?
Shut up, bitch.
Oh, there you go. You married him. Tough titty. No. Round of applause for our sicko segment and that lady. She's definitely going through it. Timothy for $20 says, I was brushing my teeth when the Reddit story was mentioned. It's complete garbage. Nothing on Reddit is real. Oh, come on now, people. It's all fake garbage. Whoa, Timothy, she wasn't talking about you now, was she? No.
Wrestling's for dirtbags and lily pickers.
Listen, man. It could be real or fake. Who fucking knows? People go on Reddit and ask for advice all the time on like everything. And there's subreddits where people are like, yo, I found this weird thing outside my house. What is it? And then other people are like, oh, it's this thing. And then they discover like where things came from and shit. You know, they sleuth out that Don't Fuck with Cats doc was all like Reddit and Facebook sleuthers, you know? So, yeah, a lot of it's bullshit. A lot of it's dumb. Yeah, but it's also good if you like just reading or I don't know, just take it with a grain of salt. There's a lot of fucked up videos on there, which I don't really like, fucks with my energy and stuff, you know? But yeah, I mean, it could be made up. Who knows if it is or isn't? If someone said that about an AEW fan, Timothy, you would be like fucking, you'd be laughing. You know what I mean?
Ryan.
You'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Dude looks like a lady. Well, you're saying that, but I don't know, dude. I'm dumb as shit. And like, here's the other thing. We don't know, man. It could be real. Like, you mean to tell me of all the wrestling fans, there's not one retard like that? Come on. There's one. There's one of us, right? Like, come on now. There's got to be at least one out there. Probably more than one. Okay. What are the odds? One's wife wrote some shit on Twitter. I mean, if you told me that was an AEW guy, I wouldn't be shocked either, you know? So that's all. We're just there is, and that's what scared me too. The IWC shows you're like, a lot of these people can fucking drive cars. These people work at banks. Like, these guys got jobs. Some of them are teachers. You know, it's a scary world out there. What do we got left? My good folks. We have flutes to get to tonight. Let's get some flutes in the chat. Let's get some flutes in the motherfucking chat. Okay, and I'm going to check in with chat and talk with you guys for a minute here. Because, yeah, we have Dave Meltzer, glazing the fucking Rock, which is just funny because he's always boo-booing on Dwayne, Now he's glazing the Rock, just like Meltzer said what said he would. Meltzer said what, called it out, and he said he'd be glazing the Rock, and he fucking is. Because the Rock's lies made his lies seem like they were truths. You know? So I see all the flutes. Boo, y'all notice that there's been way more ass since that Mickie James incident. SmackDown was very cheeky. I mean, yeah, dude, they're cheeking everywhere in WWE. They can't wipe cookies off their fat belly on their basement couch and their parents' couch. Oh, come on, that's not very fair. To talk about me like that. I love Oreos. What's wrong? Orton needs to call his lawyer. I agree. I said that earlier. Leafs are still up 3-1. Yeah, the Oiler game tomorrow. So I got to lock in. I can't miss any fucking more playoff hockey. I've seen every highlight I need to see from what I've missed, essentially. And yeah, we're 3 games in. So basically coming from behind, but we're in Edmonton. So I'm going to get super invested again. I literally was so devastated when they fucking choked. When they choked there. But Mickie James was cheeking out at that indie show during Mania. Yeah, Thicky James, man. We covered it here. Okay, so I just need to hydrate. I'm going to chug a bunch of soda water before we make fun of Dave Meltzer here. As we watch UFC. Was Collision on tonight? If it was, I got to throw it on later. And then tomorrow we get double episodes because they didn't do an episode of LFG. So we get double episodes of LFG tomorrow. Back to back, man. That's going to be fucking awesome. Gotta get hydrated. Yeah, I just want to chill, talk to you guys because we breezed through. I mean, over 3 hours, still an incredible show. I could end now, but I know you guys want flutes, so we're gonna flute it out, baby. And yeah, for my clip viewers, sorry, I know the clips have been lacking a bit. Well, they haven't. You guys have probably been like, pretty sure there's been clips every day, and I know. But yeah, I've been grinding like real fucking hard for what's been kind of happening in and around everything as of late. So everything's great. Everything's great over here. And the 2K content's coming right away. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to like download a few folks and like I really took the time to write out like rosters for a universe and do all this shit. Okay, I'm an Uber Mark, and I really took the time to like write out these tournaments that I'm going to have to crown champions, and it's all going to go on Twitch. So whether I'm doing commentary over it or not, it just depends if I decide if I feel up to like, because sometimes I like to save my voice, you know, but if I'm like, oh yeah, I'll jump on the headset and just do commentary while I'm playing Universe or doing whatever the fuck. And we're going to launch an online GM mode. That is coming, I promise, very soon. And it'll just be on Twitch, maybe YouTube as well. I'll stream to both or whatever I got to do, maybe just Twitch for some of it. So head over there. Collision was on late. They opened with Swerve being confronted by the Bucks. Then they sicked Vanilla Baby Blake on Swerve, and I was out. Yeah, so they got Christian Blake out there too. Like, that's not how you're going to get him over. Upstaging Ospreay, then having him lose to everyone. And people going, is that Ospreay? You know? I just seen on NHL Network Tony Khan's dad buying Edmonton Oilers. Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. Okay, so don't worry, we're playing flutes. I'm just wiling out over here, chugging soda water. I have one of these set for life scratch tickets. You guys fucking hopefully I luck out and win this thing, huh? That'd be amazing. You guys will know if you don't hear from me. I'm either dead or on an impromptu vacation. Or the Jericho cruise. Did the Habs beat the Bruins? Bruins aren't in. Okay, yeah. Again, I'm just tapping in. I was behind a couple games there. I missed the first few games, just so busy. But I'm locked in now for playoff hockey. But I'm more on the West. Do live on Twitch and replay on YouTube. Thank you. I'll do that, okay? I will do that. Okay, so it is time for everybody's favorite segment in the premier pro wrestling live show in the entire land. The EST of pro wrestling live shows. Pro Wrestle Times here. Thank you all for being here. My name is Phil Marks, and I present to you everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer on The Rock missing WrestleMania 41. Dave says, actually, one time I was even told, I was actually like, Brian, I was actually told this. If you really want him there, go and report that he's absolutely not coming because he might get so mad that he'll come, which I never did because that's not my place to do, Brian. Okay, Dave.
Brian.
Who told you this? You don't have that type of power over anybody. You did say that he wasn't coming. You were saying that. And then you were just going, but he might be there. Okay. So how about shut the fuck up, dude? Stop lying now. Stop feeling yourself. This is why you don't tweet out Dave deserves an apology. Dave was absolutely right for the easy fucking all these hacks. Meltzer was right, huh? The fucking easiest thing to tweet out for 1,000 likes that day. Like, man, go fuck yourself. No, he wasn't. Right? He was just 50-50 guessing shit like he always does. Now he's feeling himself. You don't give Dave an inch, he takes a mile of tongue. Okay? So let's move along here. So Dave Meltzer's getting into it with people. He's feeling himself. This guy says here, this guy says, so you're saying TNA and Joe should have said no. Meltzer goes, not at all, but they should have said, respect our world champion. How do you know they didn't? That was the utmost respect. Randy literally respected him at the end and booked an exciting match. It was exciting. It was the moment of mania with Randy endorsing him when it's over and both leave with their heads high posing together. No, Dave, in your fantasy 2K video game Mark world, you want the Lucha Libre world champion to come in and challenge the WWE world champion and fucking take him to the limit and both look strong. No, that's not what happens, buddy. There's a hierarchy here. And Dave, here's the thing. They've established that TNA guys go to the limit with NXT guys, but not main roster guys, and neither do NXT people. Only a couple of them thus far, like the ones who get perma called up, So Meltzer saying their heads held high posing together. They did do that. And then Orton RKO'd him. And Hendry explained it. We covered it on the last show. Hendry's like, dude, RKOing is like making you famous. It's a sign of respect. Remember when Matt Riddle got RKO'd? He got like RKO'd into acceptance, like, right? And we all put it over because it was awesome and we all loved RK Bro. But now Dave's going to flip it because he was a Riddle mark from the indies and shit. But now he's not going to keep the same energy for Joe Hendry because he's got to beef with TNA. And ultimately, everything he says they should have did is what they did do. It's just they didn't go to the fucking limit. In other words, Randy actually giving him the rub. I think Randy knows what giving the rub is more than you, dumb fuck, Dave. Basically, the Javon match, except more competitive. Ending would have been fine if he was presented as competitive. No. He was somewat competitive as well. That's the thing. For 4 minutes there, he was competitive. Right? And then this guy goes, nobody wanted a 12-minute Orton Hendry match. Dave goes, I thought Randy was the greatest worker of all time. But even not Randy at Mania should have been able to do 12 minutes with a blow-up doll. Listen to what the fuck Dave completely... He completely loses his fucking mind.
Wrestling's not fun!
Mike!
Dave loses his mind here. Listen to the response. Dave's drunk, right? This guy says, nobody wanted a 12-minute Orton-Hendry match. Meltzer goes, I thought Randy was the greatest worker of all time. Well, according to you, it's Will Ospreay, you schmarmy fuck. And 2, who said he's the greatest of all time? And C, Dave goes, but even not. Randy at Mania should have been able to do 12 minutes with a blow-up doll, given Suzuki did that just fine this past week, and the Mania crowd would have eaten that one up.
You fucking mark!
He thinks the WWE universe would have yeet over a blow-up doll match with Suzuki, who also took part in one of the worst wrestling matches of all time. Dave thinks people in WWE would have eaten up a wrestling blow-up doll match. He thinks that we're dumb fucks like
Stupid
him.
idiot!
He thinks that wrestling fans are like babies clapping with keys being jingled in front of them like he is. I just can't believe this. And then Gilberti just with the Biden gif, because of course. And he goes, I thought Randy was the greatest of all time. Yeah. So he doesn't have to go 12 minutes. That, Dave, this is how dumb you are. He's so good that he made a moment with Hendry in like 4 minutes. And it's like moment of mania, realistically. And Hendry's like selling out of shirts, selling out of them, hand over fist, every size. His WrestleMania commemorative shirt. Okay? Like Meltzer's fucking lost his shit. And he was actually not at Mania, but Brian Alvarez was. And guess where Dave was? Watching in Vegas, watching that fucking Suzuki match with the blow-up doll over Mania weekend. So I responded to this and I was like, Dave Meltzer owes everyone an apology for this statement. And now my new thing is like, Meltzer owes everyone an apology, because everyone was like, everyone should apologize to Dave. And it's like, no, fuck Dave. He doesn't deserve apologies, dude. No apologies. So yeah, Dave needs to apologize. This guy, Jason G from the SAT posts, $14.99, motherfuckers. Let's listen to Alvarez and Dave here, what they have to say.
Whatever the story is, whatever the claimed story is, I mean, the fact is, if you look at a lot of WrestleMania, I mean, a lot of that was built towards for a long time. A lot of it made sense, and that Rock thing made no sense, and that Cena thing made no sense. And
in what sense the Cena thing made no sense? I mean,
the guy, we had a month of storylines about how he wanted someone's soul. We were like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
That was only a week.
That was a week.
That was a week or 2 weeks.
No, see, these are two fucking idiots. Oh man, this is so good, guys. This is so good. Brian, it does make sense. Like, even though what I can't stand is when people are like, why was Travis Scott even there? Because he is with Cena. It's a fucking celebrity, guys. It's just celebrities. Why was Dennis Rodman with fucking Hulk Hogan? Because he was there. He's there. Okay. Travis Scott's out there hanging out with Cena and The Rock in Hollywood at these elite parties doing this. They're in that world, that A+ list celebrity world. All of those names: Cena, The Rock, Travis Scott, A+ list names. Okay. That's why he's out there. So Brian is like, he's trying here a little bit, but he's also, I think he's wrong. But then Dave's also wrong by going, well, it was just 1 week. No, like, it is a thing that even Rock's bringing it up now. We'll go back to the soul. No, it was months, essentially. They replayed it. They talked about it, the soul. Everyone, the commentary was getting it over. So they're both because this is why they're both just being dishonest. Both of these. Well, okay, maybe Brian just doesn't. I think he thought that Dave was going to shit on this and take a victory lap because Dave's bullshit's not lining up. He's glazed Meltzer. He's about to glaze The Rock. Okay. Because The Rock sort of put him over by accident because The Rock was lying in that Pat McAfee interview. It sort of put Meltzer over. So now, just like the Charlotte, he fucking hates Charlotte. He gives her match 1.75 stars. Even though wrestling's supposed to be a struggle where it seems like there's real heat, which is what Tiffy versus Charlotte was, and he gives it 1 1/3 star or whatever the fuck. Okay? Because he hates Charlotte. Same with Monet. He always makes sure that Monet's match is rated not as high as whatever the other women's match is on AEW. But he doesn't bury it completely because it's AEW. You guys get what I'm saying? Dave's obvious in his shit. Ospreay, he just throws the 5 stars out. Okay? And he claims that his stars are objective and that it's based on how the crowds moved in a match. When really his own coworkers laugh at Dave because he's jumping up clapping like a fucking child, like a baby seal, when Ospreay's doing the same flippy dumb spots that he does every fucking time. And they're all laughing at how stupid it is and laughing at Dave. And so it's not about how the crowd's moved, it's how he's moved, but he won't fucking admit that. Right? And so here he's caught, he's going to glaze The Rock because he's now Rock's on his good side now because he kind of made Dave credible with their lies aligning. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a month before the show. He showed up.
It was in February.
He showed up. He said, I want this guy's soul. We were like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Yeah.
And then we had like another week of television and they replayed it. And it's like, what the hell is he talking about? And then you go to the show and the big story is The Rock tells John Cena to take this guy out. And he does. Why? I don't know.
Because that's the one thing I give everyone, and I don't even care now that The Rock didn't bother to explain it before this Mania or show up at that Mania and explain it or whatever. They didn't do shit with that, and I agree. That shit should be explained. Why? Well, he wanted his soul. He wanted to take everything from him. Then go and say that. All you got to do is shoot a video from your private plane and send it in. And just talk that shit and be like, we did it, whatever. Right? So that's where we should be shitting on is The Rock, I feel like.
Never explained.
Well, it's
he
not like
never showed up again.
It's not like that was the story. It's not like this was a long-term story.
Exactly. That's my point. That's why people think there's got to be an issue here with Rock and Triple H because this is.
No, you guys are putting it out there that there's an issue with Rock and Triple H. Now, earlier we were like, maybe there is something, blah, 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 blah. I think if anything, Triple H and Rock are going to work everyone into thinking there's a problem there because The Rock, again, he was just bullshitting. And if you want to believe some of what The Rock is saying, then you have to believe what The Rock was saying about how Triple H is on all these calls. The Rock keeps saying that in interviews. Triple H, when we call Triple H and we're on the calls. So it's like half of it, like The Rock can't keep his bullshit, you know, like he's half working all the fucking time. Okay. And that's the problem with a lot of pro wrestling shit. And so Dave is also, he's like, well, that wasn't the story. He's trying to defend like The Rock's jumpiness of like getting in and out now, which is just fucking hilarious.
It's not a Triple H book storyline because it makes no sense. There's no story. It's like
but they could have just. But here's the one thing, though. It's like one beat to the fucking story. Like Cena jumped him. Okay, let's get that. And then Cody Rhodes should be out there like Rock. I demand to know why or something. I agree. It should have happened before Mania. Okay, but with that being said, it's not like the soul thing is just completely gone if The Rock showed up tomorrow. But I will like bahumbug if he does. You know, like I'll be like, fuck out of here. I just don't want more convoluted bullshit where you're not going to show up. Like even when Brock was a part-time champ or when Roman's a part-time champ, they cook with way better stories, bro. You know, Rock, you're fucking up here. You didn't even defend that People's title. Whatever. Just if you're going to go do Scorsese movies, just say, I'm only showing up here to deliver good news. Like I'm just the good smiling Rock who puts WWE on my back and puts the boys on my back, and I'm going to go do Hollywood and elevate this thing. Just play that role and be the babyface instead of like half being in the shit and not. Because who's suggesting he's in it? Probably him. and like Nick Khan and shit, But according to The Rock, like this was all planned way in advance of like he's gonna be there, he's not gonna be there, etc. Like what shows he's gonna be at and not. And people are like, oh, they called him last minute. He's talking about like, bro, two months before they knew he wouldn't be at Mania. They didn't even have most of the matches set 2 months out. So if we're to believe The Rock, so that's the thing. I don't know if I believe The Rock on everything fully either, but it's an interesting topic of discussion, no less.
Rock showed up and decided he wanted to do something, and they did it. And now it's like, I thought I was just going to, cause John Cena to turn heel after 25 years, and then I was going to disappear, and that's the story. It's like, that's not a story.
But the thing is,
what's happening?
That was not Rock. That was John Cena.
No, the decision that John Cena was going to turn. Okay, so you're telling me the day of the show, John Cena decided that he was going to turn that day.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me. Okay. Yes. So if he had...
No, that's not true. That's not true on Chamber, and I'm going to explain why. Ready? I'm going to prove this wrong. Right here, PWT. Play this clip whenever they wonder why. Because Ari Emanuel went on Pat McAfee and was like, you need to be at Chamber. It'll blow you away. There's going to be something that blows you away. So either, well, what was that? What was he talking about? Just John Cena being there and winning the Chamber? Maybe that would have blown everyone away. What was this big thing he was talking about like months in advance on Pat McAfee? Clearly Cena's heel turn or The Rock showing up and someone turning heel. There was some shit going down that night. Everybody knew about it way in advance. Now, maybe if they kept it close to the pocket and they told your dumbass sources, oh man, right at the night, and then they make a fake documentary again like they did about the Mania last year, like maybe, bro, but this just sounds like a work. Like your sources just don't know because they're not stooging all this shit. Okay? But it sounds like they knew some heavy shit was going down and Cena didn't need to be there. Or pardon me, The Rock didn't need to be there for Cena to turn heel, rather. Cena could have turned heel with or without Travis. It made way more sense with The Rock. What it sounds like is The Rock is being selfish with his Scorsese film again. That's what it seems like. And it seems like your sources don't realize that it's not as compartmentalized as you think. It's just being held close to the chest. That's my assessment of everything. Yeah, and Dave's working. The Rock's working. And because The Rock's working, Dave's worked him to think he was right for once. And it's fucking ridiculous. So let's continue along.
Did not.
Yes.
Rock just spent weeks talking about wanting someone's soul.
Yeah.
So you're telling me the show, nothing was going to happen and he wasn't going to do anything through Mania?
That's why it was going to be, that was why it was going to be the second segment of the show. It was the second, that's why it was scheduled for the second segment.
So what was going to happen? Cena or
Cena was scheduled for the second segment or whatever he's trying to say. And the Chamber match, they weren't going to main event with that Chamber match with Punk and Cena and all that. And they had, and then they had to get Punk to agree to do a tap out with a fucking cinched in heel. Like, this is why these guys are just talking out of their asses, because the Chamber match, Cena did heel shit. It was the heel thing to accept the stomp from Seth and then drag, and also he didn't cover Punk. He fucking dragged him and slapped him in a submission. That's heel shit. Okay. So Cena, then they had to go over, okay, I'm going to heel in this match now. The whole Chamber match has changed now because I'm turning heel. Right? The whole fucking how the ending plays out has to be me planting seeds of healing on everyone. And that's why Dave's just like, I don't know, but it was planned for the second segment. No, you're a fucking liar. The Rock's a liar. You're all carnies, bro. You're all lying.
Liar!
Okay?
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
So, and someone just said it, Cash Monet. I used to think Brian Last was way overblown with his Rock takes. Now I just think he's kind of overblown. Yeah. Brian Last, I think. And again, I hate to be harsh because I do love The Rock. I'm a fan. Nothing will change that. I think people are too harsh on his movies too. And I'm not mad that he came. Like, I don't care. I'm not one of these people who's like, oh, The Rock wasn't there. It is a piss off, but it's like, I don't know, dude. It's like, okay, was Die Hard fucking 2 as good as Die Hard 1? You know, like, Jesus Christ, we're not going to knock it out of the park every time, right? We thought Jar Jar Binks was bad, and then we fucking got the new trilogy of Star Wars, and we're like, yeah, he wasn't so bad, you know? So hindsight's 2022, you know? Like, next year they might do some shit, and we're like, oh my God, and we just forget about, you know, we just remember the Joe Hendry, Randy Orton shit mostly. So, yeah, I do agree with Brian last take, though, more and more on The Rock, whereas I used to kind of I was like, he's so harsh on The Rock, but I kind of agree with it more and more, I got to be honest.
I figured he would do something.
He was just going to show up and say, nope, you don't get my soul, and Rock was just going to go away, and that was going to be it?
He was probably going to cut a promo on Cody in some form.
To build what?
To build
allegedly, he was just disappearing the next day and not doing Mania.
To build the turn that would happen at Mania.
He was going to cut a promo on Cody to build a turn at Mania involving another guy, and he wasn't going to be at Mania.
Well, he probably would have been at Mania for that.
Oh, but my God, Dave is so stupid. Well, I mean, for that, he would have went and did it. No, man. Oh, my God. Rock did Damage Control. You all got worked. Everyone's tweeting out, they should give Meltzer an apology. Oh, everybody.
Stupid idiot.
Tweeting that shit out. Nobody should apologize to Meltzer ever. Listen to this bullshit.
We just said he wasn't going to be at Mania. And you'd always been told he wasn't going to be at Mania.
See? Dave just got caught fucking lying by Brian. We have to give Brian his flowers there, okay? Because he's like, because this Brian. Is... Everyone's like, man, Dave had it down to a T, blah, blah, blah. And they don't understand how this storyline doesn't add up the way Meltzer ever said it did. He wasn't right about shit. He wasn't right about a fucking goddamn thing. Period. It's just that he 50-50 does this I don't know shit, and then one of his guesses were kind of what The Rock bullshitted about. That's all this is, folks. 2 lies made it right here, at least in people's minds, and they're fucking stupid. So here's the thing. Alvarez just caught him right there. Well, Dave, you've been trying to say that The Rock wasn't going to be there this whole time, and that's what you've known this whole time, and that's what people are trying to give Dave credit for online. Everyone knows him an apology. He knew the whole time The Rock wouldn't be there. And why do you think The Rock and Brian Gewirtz went at Dave when he said that? Because it hurt their egos. Now look at Dave, bumblefucking, trying to put over The Rock, but he's so full of his own shit. And he doesn't know anything he says ever. That's why he's inconsistent. Because like if you're lying all the time, you can't keep up with all your bullshit. Eventually it blows up in your face. So that's what's happening with Dave. It's gonna blow up in his face. And it has been over and over. Because it's all in my head. I think about it over and over again. I replay it over and over again. I miss Osprey so bad. Osprey, Tony Call. But you know, Dave is I don't know why I'm mental, guys. Sorry. But yeah, Dave definitely is just trying to glaze Meltzer here, glaze The Rock, and hate on Triple H. That's the fucking agenda that he's got moving now until Brian Gewirtz and The Rock tell him to shut the fuck up again. Or The Rock tell Dave to shut the fuck up again.
Yeah, because the whole thing was thrown together at the last minute.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the whole thing was thrown together at the last minute. So the whole thing of him not being there that you said that the whole time
whatever the story,
and you're trying to claim credit for, and and here's the problem with Dave too. He's not out there correcting people saying no, I he's just taking the credit for it. It's pretty fucked. So Meltzer says Meltzer, of course, is now rationalizing all of The Rock's bullshit on Observer Radio because the blind squirrel found his yearly nut. The Alvarez completely destroyed his argument by simply asking him to explain logical storyline questions. The Rock and Meltzer are complete frauds. And Meltzer said just called it. He knew this would happen too. So here we go. Dave Meltzer tweets out AEW last night did 521K, 0.14, way below usual. What's way below usual? 650? That's not way below. 2 NBA playoff games and 1 NHL playoff game head-to-head, 5th each hour. He would never say this for NXT. Hurt by 5 p.m. West Coast start. Max doesn't include max number. What a complete dumb fuck. So then look at this. This guy goes, Dizzy Hogan says, dropped 160K from same time last year. Meltzer goes, and picked up how much from Max, Brian? How much did they pick up from Max, Brian? And then Switchblade's like, how much do you think they've picked up, Dave Meltzer? Keep in mind that the 2024 NBA All-Star game did between 52 and 152 on Max for a game that drew 5.5 total. How do you think a show doing 500K on cable is doing on Max? Fucking cooked his ass, bro. I got to retweet that. Cooked him right there. How much do you honestly think? Oh, yeah, and then I have this off screen here. I have Brian allegedly. Brian said this.
Brian.
On K100. So whether it's out or yet, I apologize. We're going to fucking... It's he's on K100 at some point. I don't know if it's out yet or not. But apparently this is Brian's assertion or take of what's going on here, okay? There's legit heat between Rock and Cody Rhodes. Cody fucked up Mania 40's original plans by pointing at Roman in a shoot instead of letting the Rock Roman happen. Apparently Cody went into business for himself there, okay? So Brian says Cody fucked up this isn't Brian's exact words. This is a summation of what he said. Cody fucked up Mania's 40's original plans, and Mania 41 was supposed to be Rock versus Cody, but Cody was campaigning backstage for Cena versus Rhodes. Apparently Cena versus Cody was supposed to be face versus face, and Rock was to distract Rhodes. Then Cena turns heel, but Rock wouldn't go ahead with it. So I don't know. Now, again, guys, the reason I bring this to the show, I don't know if that's what Meltzer explained to Brian off air to make more sense of it. I don't know. So listen into K100 whenever that drops. If it went live or whatever, shout them out. Check that out and shit. Keep your eyes peeled for a clip on that or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna listen to that whole thing. If Alvarez is on K100, I'm gonna get linked to that for sure when it drops, if it hasn't already. So because I would love to know more context there. And is that what Dave told him after the fact? Is he just regurgitating? Is he just saying like, well, what we're told, what Dave said is that this series of bullshit happened. So I don't know, repeating it on K100. Hopefully it doesn't pick up too much steam because it's just a little ridiculous. You guys know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'd love to know what the max numbers are and what Dave thinks the max numbers are. So yeah, Triple H's thought says, yo, when did Meltzer start carrying the Rock's piss bottles? Right. Timothy for 10 says, did you actually comment about Die Hard? Did you question whether 2 was better? Sure, yeah. I don't know. I just was throwing shit out there. Like, yeah. Big Die Hard fan there, Timothy. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, name a sequel to a movie. I'm sure there's like one thing where you're like, oh, this wasn't as good as the original. You get, that's the point I was trying to make. Maybe I didn't convey that properly, but yeah, shut up fucking Bruce Willis. Go to Phil Marks out. Yeah, guys, more like lists dropping. More shit like that. I was so behind. I didn't get to finish watching Daredevil till so late. I'm like, do I even keep reviewing this show? I did like a whole series breakdown with Christian DMZ or whatever, but yeah, I'm gonna have way more like just lists. I just have so much shit coming for there. It's gonna be really fun. Movies and stuff. Actually sounds more confusing than what we got. Cody fucked up Mania. He should fuck up Mania more often. Oh yes, Cody is at fault for cock blocking Rock and Rhodes. Get the fuck out. Doesn't include the 2 mil watching via Max. There's always an excuse with Dave. Yeah, exactly. Dave just fucked up immediately. He can't even take his victory lap properly. And I called it out and I stayed in the pocket, guys. When everyone's like, no, apologize to Dave. I was like, fuck that, dude. He gets no apologies, bro. None. Like, what do you mean? He didn't even get shit right, and I'm calling it now. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He fluked into the Rock's lies, you know? Anyways, moving along here. So John Cena reportedly made the call for his heel turn to happen at Chamber instead of Mania 41. Obviously, there was the decision about John Cena on the day of the show. This is what Dave says, on whether the turn was going to be that day or whether they were going to save the turn for Mania. That was John Cena's decision. He made the call to do it. I mean, Levesque makes the final call, but John Cena was the one. And then Triple H is on pods going, yeah, so I pitched to Cena. Well, why don't you go heel? Why don't we fucking do it? Again, man, they're just all completely being worked here. If you remember the day of the show, the segment with Dwayne was originally going to be after the first or second match. No, it wasn't. Why? Because some fucking nerd told you that? You saw a fake sheet in a Discord, Dave, and you thought it was? Prove that. That's because they were not going to be during the turn that night. The turn was going to be at Mania. And then John wanted to do the turn that night, so they moved the segment. That's why Ari Emanuel months in advance were like, you cannot miss that show. Elimination Chamber is going to be insane. Is that why, Dave, he was saying that? Or are you just fucking lying? So Dozer says, so what? It's been 6 years since AEW Dynamite has gotten 1 million views. And then Dynamite Dave goes, I guess what they are doing is only worth 185 million per year, Brian. Is up on their page, members only. So there you go, guys. Pimp shit. I got the plug with the K100. You guys already know. No. But for real, shout those guys out. And I really, really want to link. It's going to happen where I'm, me and Hughes even trying to link with Disco for a minute. I'm trying not to jinx anything, but it's been so long. It's like, fuck it. We'll just say it till it happens, But yeah. Thank you for that update. Check that out. So, yeah, I guess it is, Dave. I guess it's worth 185 million to a bunch of dumb fucks at WBD. So Dave Meltzer gives us star ratings for WrestleMania Night 2. So he gave Io Sky, Bianca Belair, and Rhea Ripley a 5. Crazy. Drew McIntyre versus Priest a 4.25. Mysterio, Finn, Breaker, Penta a 4.25. Orton versus Hendry not rated. I refuse to rate it. What a fucking clown, dude. It's about how the crowd was moved, right, Dave? So 5 stars because the crowd was fucking popping huge and went insane. But your whole shit that you peddle, your lies don't add up, and I'm calling you out for it. They don't add up, so you didn't star rate it. Logan Paul versus AJ Styles, 3.5. Lyra and Becky versus Liv and Raquel, 2. Cena versus Rhodes, 1.75. Who knows where he comes up with the shit. So Dave goes, the theory is reportedly that Bad Bunny will be involved in a John Cena and Travis Scott tag team match, Brian. Jesus Christ. El Grande Americano being billed from the Gulf of Mexico at WrestleMania was reportedly a mistake as the ring announcer was given dated info. at WrestleMania. Dave, are you
sure about that?
I'm pretty sure they all joked about it on kickoff panels and on post shows and, everything. They talked about how it was the Gulf of Mexico again. So I don't know. I don't think they folded, dude. Or they did fold, but then they folded back the other way, right? So Meltzer said what? Tweets out, breaking. Dwayne Johnson loves wrestling. When it was made clear he wasn't going to be at Mania, he could always change his mind because he loves wrestling. I don't think people get that he loves wrestling. And also, did I mention that he loves wrestling and he studied The Observer? And here you go. Here's Meltzer said what? Better times. Here's Meltzer said what, posting some of his DMs. He goes, around 19 minutes into the new Observer, Dave is glazing Rock again. Did you know that Dwayne loves wrestling? When Rock came to Bad Blood. So Dave, we're going to listen to him glaze Rock now. Dewey. He's calling him Dwayne and Dewey and all this shit. Dwayne Johnson. Now it's Rock loves fucking wrestling. Oh, he loves it. He studied it. He studies us, actually, Brian. Well, I mean, he told me that when I met him. Yes, because you archived the history, bro. Meltzer archived the history. Now everybody does that. So we don't need you anymore because we don't need your lies. Just keep archiving the history and shut the fuck up about the rest. So, yeah, he just basically glazes the Rock. This guy came to Chatham, the exact same thing. I don't know what Trump's former aide has to do with anything.
Then he showed up at Bad Blood.
He showed up at Bad. Well, that's where it. Okay, so that's really where I kind of heard from people who knew when he showed up at Bad Blood, because I thought, oh, three-way, Rock, Roman, and Cody. Because when Bad Blood ends, that's what you think, because they're both in the ring.
Yeah.
You go, we're doing a three-way, and I go, that's freaking awesome. Because Rock always wanted to do a match with Roman, and Rock and Cody's a big-time program. Mm-hmm. Plus, Cody needs to get his win back, and so that is actually where I first found out, because I go, oh, is that happening? And it's like there's a lot of people upset with Dwayne, and I go, why would you be upset with Dwayne, right? And it's like, because he did that, he led you to believe you're going to have this great match, and he goes, that's not happening. He's not going to do a match. Now, he when I say made it clear, it was said, but it was always like, look, he can change his mind anything through, early to mid-January.
So you were told a match that never happened either? So you were told bullshit then? So Dave is just bullshitting right now and saying that he was told bullshit back then.
He wants to do it. If he gets the bug, he can do it. And it's like, yeah, his schedule, whatever it was, he cited schedule, for not doing it. But we all thought that it's again, when people go like, you're saying he's not going to be there. And I kept saying, like, come the day of the show, there's going to be however many people, 50, 60,000 people there. And he loves wrestling.
Yeah,
he really does. I mean, I don't think people really get how much he loves wrestling, because it's not just what he did. And it's not just that his grandfather and father were wrestlers. Well, that's a huge part of it. He grew up in a wrestling family. There's lots of these guys, the Usos and Roman and Cody, who grew up in wrestling families. But and I think some of whom studied it.
And I think some of them studied The Observer.
But Dwayne, from 12 years old and maybe younger, he studied this thing. Like, he was not, some guy, this guy, he's reading The Observer.
Oh my God. He's really studied the business because he read The Observer. That's literally what the fuck he's saying, man. Talks all about the business. He read The Observer when he was 12. He studied the business.
Like, he was not, some guy.
He wasn't just like some guy when he was 12, Brian. He wasn't just like other 12-year-olds who wanted to wrestle. He was reading The Observer. He was reading me. Now he's just glazing the fucking Rock, bro. You can't make this shit up, man. God damn it. Let's bring it back a bit.
So that's a huge part of it. He grew up in a wrestling family. There's lots of these guys, the Usos and Roman and Cody, who grew up in wrestling families. But and I think some of whom studied it. But Dwayne, from 12 years old and maybe younger, he studied this thing. Like, he was not, some guy, this guy, he's reading The Observer, stealing his mom's Observers, you know what I mean? and things like that, when he's like 12 or 13, and he's, I don't know if, he's.
And I don't know if, he was reading The Observer when he was 12. I got to quote tweet this. This is insane. Dave is the biggest clown shoes ever. Wowza. Pretty nuts. Okay. That's pretty insane. We move along. Literally the worst match ever seen in person. Voted. This is like the worst wrestling match ever. I think was Suzuki versus Butterbean. Meltzer said, Suzuki worked a blow-up doll for 12 minutes and the WWE fans would have ate it up. Meanwhile, he worked Butterbean and the fans fucking hated it and thought it was dumb and shitty. So, and look, of course, Dave wasn't at Mania, but he was here for this. Butterbean couldn't even walk yet to do DDP yoga to fucking walk. And guess who's there? Dave fucking Meltzer. Can't make this shit up. Not at Mania, but he's there glazing, talking shit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Okay, folks, I'd like to thank you all for being here. I love you all so much. Let me check in with chat. I lost all respect for Suzuki. Yeah, he fell off the sticky pages of the Observer. Okay, Dave is pathetic. He educated himself using my publication, Brian, just like Tony Khan. Yeah, dude, how would Dave even know this? He doesn't. He's just talking so much shit. He's talking so much shit. You know? But listen, I love you all. Take it easy. Over 400 watch tonight. Round of applause for the PWT universe. We're getting stronger every day. Okay. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes, YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips, YouTube.com/@PhilMarksOut, Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Hit that like, hit subscribe. Stay hydrated. It's getting so beautiful out and nice. I know it's rainy, it's cloudy here and windy today, but I kind of like that weather too, you know. And yeah, I just appreciate you all for being here on this Saturday night. If you're over on X, consider checking me out on YouTube or vice versa. You all are the goats. I will give you a goat with that. I will give you a be gone. I will see you Monday. Okay. And yeah, Monday we'll do another live. And yeah, I'll try and do a member stream this week. We'll do like an AMA or something like that, okay? I appreciate you all. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. I hope you guys had fun tonight. I sure did. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes yes, of course. But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot shot. Speed through CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot shot. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke.
With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber.
DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too hottie.
SDL with a dollar sign, yo.
B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Face hat, ass hat, say hey.
Two bad bitches, one hot shot.
Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no dishes, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, can't try us.
You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight, let's get bloody like Gary. I'm queen of the prom.
SDL.